All right. Peace, peace, peace. Hopefully everyone can hear me. Welcome to the Sesh channel. It's your brother Wujau Meneb, 80 Ma'at. And we are live late on Tuesday evening, 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully everyone has enjoyed their day. And we're going to get started momentarily, just giving a chance for those who are receiving our notifications when we go live, for you to tune in. Just want to give some shout outs to people who are already tuned in and are ready for a good discussion. Hopefully we can keep it a nice bite-sized discussion, not too long. But as you all know me, I tend to talk for days. But we're going to try to keep it nice and neat. All right. So tonight's topic is, as you can see on the screen, is beware of anachronists. All right. And this is based off of a Facebook post that I did recently. I think it was yesterday. All right. So that's what the topic is going to be about. And just gonna wait a little while. Shout out to Babylon Dunn, who's already in the building. As a matter of fact, let me see if I could turn the chat on real quick before we actually get started here. So yeah, peace to Babylon Dunn. And also, while we're waiting, definitely want to pass the mic over to Sanet Imiket Aku Kenshaya Kinyi. She can greet everyone in the chat.
Dua hoter poter pu ape. Yeah.
All right. Uncle Majed is tuned in. Peace and welcome again. Peace to everybody. So make yourself known. Just trying to buy a little bit of time, because we do impromptu, kind of ad hoc, out the blue, from the deepest oceans. We just pop up and go live, And a lot of times these live sessions are, like as I said before, they're inspired by something that takes place on Facebook or Instagram or in the email or the DMs or Facebook Messenger streams. So sometimes, I'll get enough questions or people will suggest topics to talk about. And when we have time, just pop up. So that's why we tell people, make sure you subscribe. Not only subscribe to the channel, but subscribe to our Facebook group. And Emicat, if you don't mind, if you can put the link to our Facebook group in the chat. Make sure you subscribe to the Facebook group. And then as far as YouTube goes, make sure that you click the notification bell, because we will just pop up out of nowhere. And obviously, if you have some free time and the topics seem interesting to you, then join us. Everybody's welcome. All right. Hanging out. In every one of these live streams, my hope is that based on the discussion that you walk away satisfied. You learned something, or you were able to share something where other people could learn something along those lines. Even if it's a review, things that you already knew, but it's so far in the back of your mind, or you tucked it away in the closet, that our discussion will, spark that interest again, or, cause you to remember. All right. So either way, that's the goal of all of these different lives. So we have live, impromptu lives, then we have planned live streams, and then we have uploads where we have quick lessons. We call them Seshu snackables, something to snack on, piece of information, things like that. So, but this is a live session, and we're going to get right into it. So I think it's been enough time for now, at least for now. So peace out to Robert Rand is in the building. Who else did I see? Oh, Brother Zane is in the building. Mr. Metro. All right. He says, so now Egyptians created hip hop. Exactly. So let me just remove the chat so you can see the title. So again, the title of tonight's discussion is, and I'm going to open the panel up too as well. So letting you all know early that I will post the link to the panel, and hopefully that if you have something that's too lengthy for you to type in the chat, just come on to the panel. And like I said, we don't require people to turn on their cameras or anything like that for whatever reason people may or may not be able to. That's perfectly fine. All right, as long as we can hear you, that's fine. All right, it's just that if you're on a panel, it's a better conversation than the lag that's in the chat. I have to wait, I have to ask a question, wait, and then so we try to do it both ways. But all right, so we're gonna get into the discussion, and it's gonna be an open discussion. I just want to share this post and the topic, lay a foundation, and then we're gonna have a discussion about it. All right. So, but I think now we could just officially get started, and as usual, we are going to hear from Dr. John Henry Clarke. All right. And I hope people are paying attention to his words. Really pay attention. I mean, this is it. I hope, this is like the theme now. I'm going to run it till the wheels fall off. But all right. So I'll see you all in a moment.
This is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade, and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, that he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. European invented it, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term, and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of See, we've been everything in history from saint to buffoons. We are complete people. And we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could you say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.
All right. Peace again. This is your brother Wujao, Medew, and you're tuned into the Sesh Netcher YouTube channel. The Sesh for short. And there you have it. You heard it straight from Dr. Clark's mouth, Dr. John Henry Clark's mouth, about his stance on blackness. All right. And hopefully everyone paid attention, because I'm going to keep playing it until the wheels fall off. You know, been playing it for a while already, but we took a hiatus for a while, and now we're here front and center, and I'm going to run it in the ground. All right. Because that's a theme. And that video itself was quite a while ago. All right. Of course, Dr. Clark is a venerated ancestor now, and that video was done a while ago. I forget the exact date. I probably have to go back and look that up. Maybe someone else already knows that off the top of your head. You can let everyone know in the chat. But just a quick question before we even go into this topic, based on what Dr. Clark was saying. Just a quick question for the chat. What do you think his point is in everything you heard? If you've heard it, I'm sure you've heard it from us playing it at some point. What is his point? Can somebody, if you were to summarize his point that he's making, what would that be? All right, it's just a question for the chat, and I'm interested in seeing what you all say. All right. What is his point? Summarize his point. Summarize his point. And while I'm waiting for you all to answer, shout out to everyone who just came in that I didn't shout out beforehand. I believe Robert Rand came in. Peace to Mr. Metro, Calvin Maury. Peace. So I think it's my first time coming across Brother Calvin. Judy Ma'at is in the building. All right. So I think that's all I see in addition to who I shout out before. All right. But shout out to everybody who's not even typing yet. All right. But make yourself known. Just say what's up. Say peace. You know, don't lurk in the bushes too far in the bushes. All right. You know, I try to make this interactive as I can. But that's a challenge because there's a delay as far as the chat. So we do open up the panel, and I'm going to post a link in a few. Peace out to Neil Spite. See, the brother Neil is in the building. But yeah, so remember, my question is, what if you had to summarize what Dr. Clark was saying, what would that be? And I see that Mr. Metro says that we can be black, but we must strive to be much more. Okay. That's good. Peace to Medew, El Boabab, brothers in the building. Yeah, so that's what I need another, somebody else can answer that. What, if you had to summarize what Dr. Clark was saying, what would it be? I have one answer on the screen. Who else got to have something for me? I know it's late. Come on, y'all. You know, work out the cobwebs. Get your tea. Get your notepad and stuff. Have a conversation. We're outside. We're, you know, just going to chill out for a bit and have conversation. Anybody else? Anybody else? Anybody else? Nobody? So nobody else could summarize what Dr. Clark said besides Mr. Metro. I tell you, you know, not to say anybody in the chat because I don't know why no one's answering that, but I can say, and peace out to Dundada, but I can say that that clip and what he's saying does go against some of the things that quite a few people advocate hard and strong. You know, it kind of pulls the, you know, what do you call it? Pull the rug from under them. It takes the steam out. You know, it changes the diesel gas to sugar and water a little bit. All right, so Jehudi Ma'at is summarizing. He said the term black has limitation when defining people. All right, that's a good one. So we got two. Can I get one more? One more. And we're going to move on to anachronists. Beware of the anachronists. That's tonight's main topic. We could talk about a few other things after that, but that's the main topic. Beware of anachronists. And if you all are on Facebook and follow me on Facebook or already a friend on Facebook, you've seen my post. I mean, you can see my post. So this is coming from my Facebook post, which was inspired by something. So, you know, just want to have a discussion about it. So Babylon Dunn says, can I play it again? Well, I'm not going to play it now. I will play it when we conclude the live stream. Peace out to Brother Donnie. All right, I think that's all I'm going to get. Because even if you haven't heard it just now tonight, I've been playing it as our intro for quite a while. Either you're going to hear Dr. Theophilo Benga or you're going to hear Dr. John Henry Clark. That's what I've been playing as our intro for a good while. Before we took a hiatus, when we came back, popped back on the scene, everything. All right. So, but that's it. All right. So let's get into the discussion for tonight. Let's jump into it. Oh, we have another one. The construct of black will be anachronistic in time. Yeah, in the future, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. And Medew says, it ain't over here, bro. It's 5 a.m. I'm about to hit my breakfast. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. He's on a totally different time zone. All right. And Emicat is breaking it down. Black is not sufficient as it doesn't tell you who you are. But if a people are to focus on being black, be proud, but move on to more greater things. Yep, definitely. That's a good summary. Because he actually tells you, he actually says it. Black is not an identity. It doesn't tell you who you are. And that's contradictory to how people use black. People actually identify as black. That's their identity. And that's what I meant earlier, a few seconds ago, when I said this interview that Dr. Clark did and this clip that we've been playing, it pulls the steam out of what some people have been advocating about themselves and how they carry themselves as far as this black thing. All right. So anyway, let's just jump straight on into the conversation. So a big backdrop, a quick backdrop, I'm saying. So tonight's topic is beware of anachronists. And so I did a Facebook post that was inspired by a buildup of a lot of things. It's just a thought that I had. You know how Facebook, you get on Facebook, it says, what does it say? What's on your mind or something, you know, when you see it, when you're on your timeline. So, but anyway, so let's just start. So the first thing we have to do to make this all make sense is to define what is an anachronist or what is anachronism. So, well, maybe so that you all don't hear my voice all night, you know, my boring voice all night. Emicat, if you don't mind, if you can read the definition of anachronism that's going to govern this entire conversation, if you don't mind.
Okay. An anachronism is a chronological inconsistency in some arrangement, especially a juxtaposition of people, events, objects, language terms, and customs from different time periods. The most common type of anachronism is an object misplaced in time, but it may be a verbal expression, a technology, a philosophical idea, a musical style, a material, a plant or animal, a custom, or anything else associated with a particular period that is placed outside its proper temporal domain.
All right. So now that should be clear, and of course, that's straight from Wikipedia article on anachronism. But that should be crystal clear to everyone. I don't think anything in that definition is complicated to understand. One thing that I will point out is that the very word itself comes from the Greek compound ana and chronos. Ana meaning against, and then chronos is time. Everyone should know chronos deals with time. So against time. So something that is misplaced, out of due time. All right, and that's definitely pretty straightforward. So with that definition in mind, now going back to the title of our discussion, beware of anachronists, then obviously an anachronist is a person that does anachronism, okay, that actually will and do take things out of their due time and place them outside of the proper temporal domain, which is the time frame that things belong in, whether it's an idea, philosophical thoughts, etc., with what the definition said. All right, so that's what we're dealing with, and that should be crystal clear. So now what I'm saying and what I'm advocating is for everyone to be aware of anachronists. And if this fits you, then it's something to take into consideration, and hopefully you will make adjustments, because you'll see how detrimental being anachronist is. Okay. And so I'm saying be aware of anachronism and be aware of anachronists. All right. And so I go on to say it's important to understand the detrimental effects of anachronisms. A major problem people have when studying human history in general is the tendency to retrofit modern concepts and ideologies backwards on historical populations. All right. Now, hopefully that alone resonates with most of you all in the chat. Okay. As far as you've seen it, maybe you have done it before, or you've observed it, you've been in a conversation where it's happened and things like that. So hopefully I'm not alone on that. All right. Now, I go on to say I see a prevalence when it comes to ancient Egypt. The wasteful, long-standing fight over the race of the ancient Egyptians is a perfect example. All right. Attempts to apply the modern social construct of race on the ancient Egyptian civilization is anachronistic. All right. Now, no one should give pushback to that. But obviously, and of course, there will be people who push back on that. But all of these things that are being said, and I'm reading and we're discussing, is straightforward. And I really don't see how anybody could say otherwise. Okay. Now we're going to pull up Wiki again. So remember, the attempts to apply the modern social construct of race on the ancient Egyptian civilization is anachronistic. All right. So, Emiket, if you don't mind, this is another wiki reference.
All right, so ancient Egyptian race controversy. Many scholars reject the notion that Egypt was a white or black civilization. They maintain that applying modern notions of black or white races to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. In addition, scholars reject the notion implicit in the notion of a black or white Egypt hypothesis that ancient Egypt was racially homogeneous. Instead, skin color varied between the people of Lower Egypt, Upper Egypt, and Nubia, who in various eras rose to power in ancient Egypt. Within Egyptian history, despite multiple foreign invasions, the demographics were not shifted substantially by large migrations.
All right. So that is also a wiki reference found under Ancient Egyptian Race Controversy. All right. Where it plainly says that applying modern notions of black or white races to ancient Egypt is anachronistic. Okay. And you remember where I said attempts to apply modern social construct of race on ancient Egyptian civilization is anachronistic. So that should be very clear. And we know what anachronistic means, anachronisms mean, and what is an anachronist themselves. All right. Anachronist. All right. So now, what do I mean by anachronist? Obviously, as I said before, an anachronist is a person that actually does anachronisms. They're guilty of doing that. And to a degree, we all may have done that, but it's detrimental to do that. And once you realize this, what you're doing, then you can correct yourself, or you should, because it's detrimental. Now, when I say anachronists, I'm talking about because anachronist is something that I'm saying. I'm not even sure if anachronist as a person is even a standard word. If it's not, I'm claiming it. All right. But if it is, then, I'm using it regardless. But what I mean by anachronist is what other people will call either Afrocentrists or Eurocentrists and everything in between. Now, on this screen here, I have Afrocentrists on the left. Under it, I have Blackist. And under that, I have Sub-Saharanists. Okay, all of these are in common. And I'm just using these different terms because they fit one branch or one type of anachronist. All right. Now, I do want to make a note of the word Afrocentrist. And it really, kind of sad. It's sad to me. It bothers me, actually, that the word Afrocentrist is being tossed around out there on social media and so on in a derogatory or negative way by people, by a lot of people, and I say that because Afrocentricity is a valid research model. Afrocentricity as espoused by Dr. Malefe Asante. Okay, it's a research model where you center the African agency or the African experience in your research methods, in your research inquiry, in your research investigations about Africa. That's the only right thing to do, is to center the object of research in the center and look at things from that perspective. And that's basically what Afrocentricity is as a research model. And that's a valid research model, and it's very, very fruitful. And people who use the Afrocentric or Afrocentricity as a research model are usually called Afrocentrists as well. But the way that the word is being used around, it's more so being used in these other terms that I have: Blackist, Blackology, Blackologist, People who try to make everything black, blackity, black. Everything has to be black. The Olmecs have to be black. King James have to be black. Jesus has to be black. Bruce Lee got to be black. Buddha got to be black. Muhammad got to be black. You know, that type of thing. And so Afrocentrists in the sense of the research model, you know, it kind of gets a bad rap. And so, you know, that's sad that happens. But now, as far as sub-Saharanists, you know, sub-Sahara Africa is a continent. We all know that. But Africa is divided in people's minds between sub-Sahara and super-Sahara. So on the right-hand side, I have the other side of the pole. You know, these are like polar opposites. So we have Eurocentrists. And to counter blackists, I just say whitest, whiteologists, whitest. And then you have super-Saharanists, okay, where the focus is on super-Sahara, you know, everything about northern Africa and everything. Below the Sahara is black Africa. Above the Sahara is white Africa. All right. Now, a side note for that. Now I'm going to do a future live stream that I want everybody, you know, to check out and hang out with me on a live stream. I'm going to do a live stream on race, on the origin or history of race as a concept in the United States. Okay, I'm going to do a future stream on that. I think that's very important to have a discussion about that. But briefly, though, in the United States, I forget what year, because it's going to be in a future presentation. But in the United States, on the census, which is the vehicle to classify people here in the United States, all of North Africa, people who live in North Africa, everybody who lives in North Africa, from Morocco to Libya, all the way around to Egypt, all those northern African countries and the Middle East. So North Africa and the Middle East, they're classified as white. Okay? In the United States. So from Egypt, going all the way around the top of Africa, all those countries right there, they are considered white. All right? And then all the countries below that are considered black. So that right there matches the binary or dichotomized sub-Sahara versus super-Sahara concept. So I'm showing that it's ingrained even in society right now, even in policy, legal policy, with the census and the government and so on and so forth. All right. So there's no getting around the realities of these things. All right. But that's what's going on today. And so remember, the definition of anachronism is when we take these notions and take these concepts that are in full swing today, and we take them and carry them backwards in time, which is out of due time, which invokes anachronism. And so that's why we're having this discussion. It's when people take these concepts and stretch it back in history when those concepts did not exist at all. They didn't function. They didn't exist. All right. So that's the definition of an anachronist, a person as far as anachronists. All right. So that we all are familiar with that. Now, to move on. So again, I'm going to keep saying beware of anachronists, because I'm telling you it's detrimental. But first, let me tell you how that's detrimental. And a quick how or why that's detrimental is because it's dangerous to do something like that. The same way that you make assumptions about a person without getting to know them first. And that's just room or fertile ground for mistakes and misjudgments. And you can't really know a person until you get to know the person. You can't really know them if you're making these assumptions just based off of a picture or, a sheet of paper with their name on it. Until you get to know them is when you can know them. And so when studying historical human history and historical populations, whether it's recent history, ancient people and whatnot, when we retrofit our modern concepts backwards, we're really not getting to know them as they are. We're making these ancient people out to who we want them to be and not who they genuinely are. And we're supposed to allow them to dictate who they are to us. It's not within our right to make them into something we want them to be. Okay? That's a very exonymic process, and it's very disrespectful. So much so that we don't like that when it happens to us. And I'm using we and us definitely in loosely and in air quotes. When we label people or we get labeled by people based on assumptions, nobody likes that. So this act of anachronism is doing exactly that, where we're making ancient people, ancient populations, ancient civilizations, ancient cultures out to what we want them to be versus letting them dictate who and what they are. Okay? And many ancient civilizations are mute. They're not able to tell us who and what they are, because there's absence of attested documentation, material culture, and things like that. It's scant or scarce. But fortunately for ancient Egypt, there's plenty of written material, plenty of material cultural items. We have preserved bodies, preserved documents in the form of all the various papyri. We have preserved documents in the form of ostraca, pottery shards where they wrote on pieces of pots and things, jars. We have temples that still stand to this day that people really can't figure out how these things were done, with writing on them and all sorts of things. So with Egypt, it's very, very potent in terms of the potential for them to dictate who and what they are to us. So it's just very detrimental for any anachronisms being projected out on the ancient Egyptians. And this goes for anybody, but ancient Egypt is the subject that I'm talking about. Okay, so to go on, what I said on the Facebook post, and mind you, this is from my Facebook post. So I see many people Googling, 1,000 to 5,000 year old ancient Egyptian artwork, not bearing in mind the aging factors of the following. So we have oxidation taking place, humidity, light, dust, dirt, and sand, the binding surface degradation, chemical reactions, and patina formations on all these different artifacts, from the tombs to the statues to whatever. And we have to remember that ancient Egypt, the general standard date given to ancient Egypt's start is roughly 3200 BCE. Now, obviously, there's a few dates depending on who you talk to, but the average date given is 3200 BCE. That's 5,200 years. When we're in 2000, that's 5,224 years ago. And so all of these artifacts that are found and things that are preserved in museums, and care and consideration is taken to try to preserve them for a longer period of time, and things like that. These things are super old, super old. And the fact that they survived this long is short of a miracle. So we definitely can appreciate it, but we can't ignore the fact that they're old, and the fact that a lot of these things have been damaged and aged. Okay? And so my point for bringing all of that up is, if people consider all of these things that I just said about the artifacts, then people should be a little bit more hesitant to utilize these artifacts to try to discuss lookership, things that you can try to observe by looking at an artifact and then argue and make points about, like skin color, like phenotypic features, the lips, the nose, the cheekbones, the skin color, the hair texture, and all these other kind of things when people are looking at damaged materials. Okay? Now, that may not seem like a big deal because you're like, okay, well, the lips, you can clearly see the lips, you can clearly see the nose and stuff like that. Yeah, on some of them that have been preserved, you can. But I'm going to show you how it becomes a problem. And matter of fact, I don't know if I have the picture ready. I'm going to have to dig the picture up. I'm going to show you an example of what people do, especially online. All right. Now, just real quick, I'm sure you all have witnessed this. Between these two sides, now these are the polar opposites. You got the blackest, blackologists, you got the whitest, the Eurocentrists, and whatnot, and they're both battling and arguing over who the ancient Egyptians are. But when they're talking about who the ancient Egyptians are, they're speaking through the lens of the modern social constructs of race. Period. And that's what I'm saying. That has no, it's not applied to the ancient Egyptians, but they do it anyway. And so on both sides, so you have blackists on Facebook, they're going to post, they're going to Google, and they're going to find the blackest of pictures of the ancient Egyptians. They're going to find, and I guarantee you, matter of fact, let me look at the chat. I guarantee you real quick, I just want to hear from you all in the chat. You all tell me, I bet you can even name or even describe or name at least 3 of the most used pictures by the blackologist side, the blackest side of things. When they want to try to use the construct of race and say the Egyptians are black Africans, blackity black. There's a certain set of pictures that are always used. Always used. It never fails. Matter of fact, I should pull up my Facebook and just randomly, I guarantee you, if I just randomly scroll, you're going to see some of them. But I want to hear from what you all say. Just name, just describe or name the best way you can. Name or describe a picture that's always used, or a few. Just name it. I'm going to name one to let you know where I'm going, what I'm talking about. Ahmose Nefertari, in her pitch black portrait of herself. That's one. You see that all day, every day. That's posted, and people be like, oh, yeah, the ancient Egyptians are black. What's another one? Mentu Hotep in his Osirian or Wasarian statue, where his hands are crossed. He has the red crown on. Black. See? The ancient Egyptians are black. What's another one? Malhepri. The Book of the Dead of Malhepri. Or even his mummy. Ancient Egyptians are black. Ancient Egyptians are black. Who else? I'm gonna see if y'all can he said every bust you could think of. Okay, I'm gonna give y'all another one. The Magi archers, when you know the statue, the small statue figurines of the Magi archers in marching formation, where they have the bow in their arm. I'm sure y'all seen that. See, the ancient Egyptians are black. Ancient Egyptians are black. So I mean, we can go on like you know, I see them in my head, but I'm trying to make sure you all I'm not the crazy one here. All right, and I don't want to, like I said, I don't want to make this too long, because I know you all already know, and I know that you could pull up your Facebook account right now and see all these different pictures. You see, people will show off the afro and say that person, I think it's Thutmose the first, or Amenhotep with the afro. See, ancient Egyptians are black. But my point here is that you're gonna see them, and they're gonna use those pictures, and they're the ones that's recycled all the time, same old ones. But now, so guess what? On the other side, over here, where you have the Eurocentrists or whiteologists, the whitest or the super Saharanist people, and even the Egyptians that are living in Egypt today, when they argue and fuss and fight with the Afrocentrists and the blackologists, they do the same thing. So I'm not excluding them either. That's why I said these are the two polar opposites, but you got people in between here as well. But anyway, on the other side, they're going to use pictures that they find. That you can find the equal amount of pictures to support both sides of these temper tantrum, fussing, fighting arguments online. The blackologists are going to fuss and fight, Egyptians are black, and then they're going to show their set of pictures. And then the Eurocentrists, whiteologists, they're going to fuss and fight, the ancient Egyptians are not black. They're not. And then they're going to show a bunch, or they're going to say they're not sub-Saharan. They're not sub-Saharan. And then they're going to show a bunch of pictures to support what they're saying. And they can do that. Those pictures do exist, and they're not made up. They're not photoshopped. And I see both sides blame each other for that too. It's crazy. Am I the only one? Am y'all have to make me feel like I'm not crazy? Am I the only one to see this happening, where the black side of things, they accuse the white side of things of photoshopping and lightening pictures, and then the white side of things, they accuse the blackologists of photoshopping and darkening things and everything. That's what happens. I mean, I literally I can pull up some Facebook posts right now if I would have just saved them. I've seen them recently. And that's what happens. They blame and point the finger at each other. So here's the point. The point is, both sides are anachronists. They are applying the modern social constructs of race backwards on an ancient people where no such construct existed in the minds of those people. That's not how they engage one another socially or anything. And it's detrimental in the study of said people, because you're going to end up making them what you want them to be instead of them allowing them to be who they are and learning about them. So essentially all you're doing is creating an ancient group of people that you want and then just reminding yourself of your own creation, this own delusional creation of these people for whatever reason. And for the most part, for the black side of it, is to feel good. It's to feel good. They're black, I'm black. They're me, I'm them. They're great, I'm great. In a nutshell. So, and then on the Eurocentric or the white side of things and whatnot, they are, now here's a crazy thing that they do. They will show pictures and bring up pictures of Nubian slaves, what they call Nubian slaves. Now, I do not like using the word Nubian, but I just don't feel like going through a whole explanation of why that's a problem. So I'm going to use it for tonight. But these whiteologists or Eurocentrists, or even the people in Egypt today who argue with blackologists and Afrocentrists and etc., they will push in their face that no, sub-Saharan Africans like you were slaves in Egypt, were looked at as slaves, were captured war captives, and had to serve and this and that. And then they'll show pictures of these Nubians that are tied up all the time. I see it all the time. And I know you all see that. So that's the drama that's going on among anachronists. It's crazy because both of them are stuck on stupid. And they're arguing with each other. All right? So, let's keep it moving. So again, people using these pictures and things like that, it's silly because they're not considering the condition of the pictures, and then that's just on the surface material analysis of these pictures. Then you have to get into whether they're in perfect condition, perfectly preserved, or damaged or not. Now you have to get in and know what is the reality that's reflected in the artwork. What's the meaning behind it? Was it ever meant to be taken literally? For instance, here's a for instance. 99% of all the adult Egyptian male men in the artwork are painted a variation of what the Egyptians called Netcher, which is the word for red. All the men, adult men, are painted some variation of the color red. Now, today we say brownish red, reddish brown. The Egyptians call it Netcher, red. Now, red is a category and is different, different shades of it within that range that they refer to as Netcher. But does that mean that every man in ancient Egypt, skin color was red? That we see? Likewise, women, most of the women are painted kenet, the word kenet, which means yellow. They were painted some shade of yellow. Does that mean that if you're a man, you're red, and if you're a woman, you're yellow? Like all the women were yellow? Does it mean that? Now, that's just skin, flesh colors and the pigments that were shown for that. Then the argument goes further than the skin, and people argue over more phenotypical features outside of the skin. They start talking about the noses, the lips, the eyes, and the hair. But when you look at the Egyptian artwork, we know, or people should know, because the information is there, that the artwork on a 2D surface, on a two-dimensional surfaces, the Egyptians utilize a method or an art style called aspective art. Not perspective. It's not done in perspective. It's done aspectively. And I did a whole video on this when I broke down those modern yoga positions that Kemetic yoga positions that people are doing, claiming that they're ancient Egyptian positions when they're not. None of them. None of those yoga positions that you see people doing today are ancient Egyptian. They're not positions that ancient Egyptians were ever in. They're mimicking an art style that doesn't even allow your body to even do it. Nobody on earth with a healthy body is going to have two left arms and have both thumbs on the same side. Nobody on the planet Earth can show their chest and their back at the same time. But that's what you see in the artwork. And these people are trying to say that their yoga positions, that Egyptians really got in those positions, and they gonna hurt themselves. But I did a whole video on that. I did it, man, and that upset a few people. But my point though is, even if once you get past the condition of all the artwork, as I'm saying, then you look at it, you still have to understand and get to know the culture in order to see what was meant by the artwork, even if it was in perfect condition. We know that nobody's eye in a profile view that you're going to see the whole eye. But yet, when you look at these walls, you're going to see the whole eye. Certain things were done in profile. Certain things were done face on, 90 degrees. Some of them faced on in the same figure, same scene. So anyway, there was an ideal look that the ancient Egyptians used. But I don't want this to be a whole lesson on Egyptian artwork. We could do a whole nother video on that. But that's the point here. What I'm saying is that none of these things are considered in these arguments that these anachronists are having. But let's go on. So now, as beautiful as the artifacts are, and we have to really, really, really appreciate the fact that these 5,000-year-old, 5 to 3,000-year-old pieces of artwork and cultural items, material items, have survived for us to even look at. We have to appreciate that. And so in that sense, it's much appreciated, and they're very beautiful because some of these things still have their colors. They're not as vibrant and things like that. You have a little damage, but some of them are preserved. It's a wide range of preservation, but they're beautiful. So what I go on to say is that these beautiful but very aged artifacts are used in attempts to anachronistically apply shallow and surfaced modern constructs on ancient people and culture. This is done by both sides of the fight, both sides of the anachronists, in attempts to lay claim to the ancient Egyptians while preoccupied and focused on skin color and phenotypes. That's what's going on. And so what I'm driving, and I'm going to keep driving this, and I'm going to keep driving this until the wheels fall off. I don't care if I get a flat tire. The wheels are going to have to fall off before where I just can't drive anymore. I'm going to keep driving this point home, that all of this is a waste of time. All of it. It's a waste of time, and the time would be better spent on actually learning about the people and the culture of ancient Egypt through socio-cultural anthropology. People, and I say that, and I have that here. I put that here because when confronted with this, especially now in recent time, people will move the goalposts and start to argue through biological anthropology. They'll start to invoke DNA. And I know you all bear witness to that. People will start bringing up DNA into the conversations and say and start talking about haplogroups, start talking about DNA, the DNA of this mummy, the DNA of that mummy, all in an effort to still maintain this anachronistic view on the ancient Egyptians. That's not how a people are determined. And I did videos in the past about ethnicity, about what makes a people a people. It is not their genes. Your genes, listen, in biogenetics, specifically, but biological anthropology, in that branch of studying humans and human behavior and all that kind of things, that is focused on the physical makeup of what makes a human biologically and physically. That is a very important and valuable set of tools in that branch of anthropology, because it tells people, it gives you insight on how the human body itself functions and where those functions came from and how they evolved over time. It also informs us of diseases, disposition to diseases, interactions with environments and diseases and pathogens and things like that. And why we're able to physically do certain things and not do certain things. And so through genetics, you can establish, and through the study and analysis of genetics, and as far as the human genome, you can actually create genetic populations. And a genetic population is a population of human beings that share a certain set of genetic markers. Okay? And they label these markers. They label these markers and these, what do you call them? When genes change, I won't say morphs, but mutations. I don't know why I drew a blank just now. Certain mutations through over time, certain gene pools and lines of genes will mutate. And then from that mutation, from a single mutation, all of the offspring or the descendancy from that particular mutation will share that same mutation. And so that set of mutations will be grouped together and form a genetic population, which again is a population of human beings that share a set of genetic markers, mostly speaking about mutations. And these mutations are labeled haplotypes or haplogroups. So you have different haplogroups in a nutshell. And I'm only summarizing this. And so a genetic population does not equate to an ethnic population. An ethnic population is under cultural anthropology, and the sociocultural side of anthropology. And that's what makes a people, because it's not based on the physical analysis of the human being. It's based on the human beings themselves self-identifying collectively. There's a collective self-identity that's formed. And it's the collective self versus all others. That collective self gives a sense of belonging. And that is what an ethnic group is. And so you can have a genetic population of human beings that consists of multiple ethnic groups. So genetics is not going to tell you or answer these questions about who the ancient Egyptians were in terms of how ancient Egypt functioned and its people and how they functioned, how they saw themselves versus how they saw others, foreigners versus domestic people, or local people versus foreigners, and so on and so forth. And I always use the example of the Yoruba and the Igbo people. No matter how many genes that the Yoruba and Igbo people share in terms of common ancestry, shared common ancestral markers between the Yoruba and Igbo people being in Nigeria, they are distinct people. They're two distinct people. Because what makes a people is not your genes. That's not dictated through your genes. It's derives through a different process, and that's what people have to understand. So that's what I'm saying, that people are wasting their time when they start to invoke this whole DNA conversation. It's a waste of time. So anyway, I go on to say, and I'm here, racism in early Egyptology. So now I want y'all to check this out. Racism in early Egyptology attempted to remove Egypt from Africa and its African context. Everybody and their mother should be aware of that. That's well documented and well known that at the dawn of Egyptology, prior to Egyptology, but I'm saying even within Egyptology, at its genesis, Egyptologists tried everything in their power to remove Egypt from Africa. Even though physically Egypt is on the continent of Africa, they still tried to remove, and they were successfully convincing to a lot of people that Egypt was not about or part of Africa. So they attempted to do that. But now, here's the thing. As of 2024, as of today, the consensus in Egyptology, and I'm going to repeat, as of today, the consensus in Egyptology is that ancient Egypt was an African civilization grown by Africans, specifically having its administrative genesis emerging between the areas of Nakada and Kustul to eventually become the polity in possession of the same geographical territory as the modern Arab Republic of Egypt as it is today. So what is Egypt today in terms of its geographical borders is pretty much what the same borders were for ancient Egypt, give or take different time periods. But the average size, geographical size of ancient Egypt is what modern Egypt is still to this day. The genesis of that kingdom emerged between the Nakada and the Kustul area over there. This is all documented and well known now, as of now, in 2024. So it is known that ancient Egypt was African. So what does that mean? That means that the early Egyptologists and all of the efforts of those racist Egyptologists and everybody that came after them and was of the same mindset, they lost. They lost the fight. So if they lost the fight, then guess what? You won. The argument is over. You won already. So take your trophy and understand that the consensus as of today is that ancient Egypt was an African civilization. I'm sure you all have seen the recent interviews with Egyptologists or scholars that are on that have been interviewed on other YouTube channels, either by Garfield, by Unc, or even some other channels. Even on those interviews or during those interviews, at least the clips that I was able to see, they're even saying the same thing I'm saying right now in terms of the acknowledgement that ancient Egypt was an African civilization. Not only are they saying it, but they're also admitting that early Egyptologists ignored it and tried their best to stay away from the African context of ancient Egypt, except for E.A. Wallace Budge, which is why his work got disregarded by his peers later on. If y'all read up on the story of Budge, they basically whiteball him academically, even though he's done a whole lot of work. And that's crazy because of the fact that he did so much work, and I'm talking about Budge, because Budge did so much work, it was really hard for them to whiteball him. So they really couldn't successfully whiteball him because he didn't go with the status quo, the academic intellectual status quo in the early 1900s, the late 1800s and early 1900s when he was producing his work. He has a book dealing with Sudan. And in that book and his other books, he talks about the Africanness of ancient Egypt and where the gods come from and so on and so forth. But Budge kind of got a bad rap, but they couldn't whiteball him because he had so much work produced. And he was a curator of the biggest museum and artifacts at a point. And he's the one that actually not only was he a curator, but he's one of the main ones that acquired a lot of artifacts. Wheeling and dealing. Budge was like kind of gangster with it. I mean, I'm not sure how much you all are familiar, with his stories and things, but Budge was gangster. He was an intellectual gangster. And I'm not saying that to say that everything he said was right at all. So don't misinterpret what I'm saying. But I'm saying that he's the exception. My point is that the early Egyptologists and everything, they lost. As of today, they're lost. So take your win. Take your win. And I'm talking right now, I'm talking to you anachronists, you blackologists, you blackest, you blacker than blacker than blacker than blackest. Take your win and move on. Do what Dr. Clark says and move on. Accept your win. Accept the W. I got the trophy for you right here. You want me to mail it to you? I even put a nice diamond studded unk right here on it for you. I iced it up for you. Ancient Egypt was African. Take the win. And stop being foolish and argue with the other side. And here's the thing. 2 wrongs don't make a right. 2 wrongs don't make a right. So what the Eurocentrists are trying to still argue, 'cause that's the same silliness, but it's the opposite side. They're trying to argue that ancient Egypt was not. See, now they're slick though. They say ancient Egypt wasn't sub-Saharan African. They don't say it wasn't African like the early. They're not bold enough to say it's not African completely. But it's already won. And ancient Egypt, listen, y'all. Ancient Egypt, and this goes back to the pictures. Listen, I can go toe to toe with any blackest and any whitest, any Afrocentrist in terms of blackology or Eurocentrist in terms of whiteology. I can go toe to toe with either sides, picture for picture. A blackologist can show me a picture of the darkest Egyptian. I can show them a picture of the lightest Egyptian, but they're Egyptian, not some European person either. And likewise on the opposite end, Eurocentrists can show me the lightest Egyptian, and I can show them the dark ones. So what does that say? That say that ancient Egypt was not this homogeneous phenotype, since people want to invoke phenotypes. No such thing existed in Egypt. It was a blend. It was a blend in terms of how people look. Like to think otherwise is so stupid. Even among African Americans here in the United States of America, there's a wide range of looks and varieties of body shapes and facial features and stuff. But yet, they will all be African American. And I'm telling you, Egypt, prior to it becoming a kingdom, pre-dynastic times, that Nile Valley and the Delta was populated by people that came from multiple directions. Everybody didn't come from the South. Like Egypt, the Nile Valley was not populated just by people from the South, as Blackists would have you believe. The Nile Valley was not populated just by people from the North, the Levant, and the Middle East coming down through there, as the Eurocentrists would have you believe. Those days are over. So I'm saying all of this stuff is stuck on stupid, retarded. And I'm offering a solution, not even a solution. I'm offering or reminding you all that you won. You won. It's over. Ancient Egypt is African, and they admit it. They're saying it all day, every day. That's it. Don't make the same mistake and then try to create this fantasy thing that the Egyptians are all black, and then anachronistically apply the modern social constructs back there. Don't do that stupid stuff. That's what I'm advocating. So anyway, so that's that. So hopefully y'all take your trophy and you take your win and you take my advice. Now I know that people may disagree with me, and that's fine. But I hope that people will take my advice, because then maybe you can come to the table and you can finally learn something about ancient Egypt and stop being so focused on their skin color and whether they fit your ideal notion of race. That's a modern concept. Instead of being Eurocentric or Afrocentric or Black-centric, be Remich-centric. If you're going to study ancient Egypt and the ancient Egyptians, put them in the center. Be Egyptocentric. Be Remech-centric. Let them tell you who they are. Put them in the center. And that goes for anybody you study. If you study ancient Ghana, be Ghanaian-centric. You studied ancient Yoruba or whoever, be Yoruba-centric. The point is, put the people you're studying in the center. Let them dictate who and what they are. That's how you learn a culture. Because I'm telling you, cultural anthropologists and sociologists, what they do, in case you don't know this, when they study a people, they go live with the people. In modern times, that's what they do. You can't do that with ancient civilizations. But when they study a living culture, they actually go live with the people. They get funding, and they the whole thing. They send some representatives, and they go study and live with the people. That's why you see all these documentaries. You see these people getting access to everything, taking video footage and participating in the rituals, participating this, that, and the third. That's what they do. They allow them to tell who they are and what they are. That's what they have. So it's through cultural anthropology and all of its subdivisions when you study people. Biological anthropology is a whole different set of valuable, important tools to answer other research questions. and they can help each other. Both sides of anthropology, in terms of those two that I mentioned, they can help each other and inform of each other. But they're tools to extract different pieces of information. And that's what people have to understand. Stop invoking DNA when you're trying to determine the remich and who they are and stuff like that. No ancient Egyptian was standing at the gate of ancient Egypt and checking people's DNA. Nobody in Egypt was saying, open your mouth, let me swab your cheek, and then put it in the reader. Boop, okay, you're Egyptian, you can come in. Boop, you're not. You can't. You gotta stay out. Boop, you gotta leave. You're not Egyptian. Boop, you're Egyptian, stay in. Nobody was doing that. Not even ancestry. The thing about ancestry, because people try to invoke ancestry, it's about heritage and kinship in that sense, but not ancestry in a modern sense. Because you say ancestry today, people are going to invoke DNA. They weren't into DNA. DNA is as new as 2003. I'm going to repeat that. All of this talk about DNA, when it comes to DNA and mapping human and comparing human DNA and stuff like that, that did not occur until 2003, when the human genome was finally mapped. And it wasn't even completed until 2019. Go look it up. They did the entire human genome in 2019. 2003, they did a large, very, very large portion, enough to get everything going. That's when the DNA conversation started, 2003. Prior to 2003, nobody was talking about DNA, anything, comparing this and comparing that. Nobody was invoking DNA. E1, B1A. People sound like car auctioneers. Can get a fire, can get a fire, can get a fire. E1, B1, B1A, L2, R1, B1A.
Going once, going twice.
A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Elemental P. 1, 2, 3. E1, B1, B1A. I mean, come on. Like, come on. That's just some retarded stuff. I'm telling y'all. Listen, so here, I suggest you take the win. All right, so I'm gonna move on. All right, because I think I made my point. So I want to move on to a real example, and I'm gonna put the link. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. So listen, while I'm talking and doing this, if y'all don't know me already, I don't pay attention to chat, and some people get upset that I don't pay attention to chat while I'm doing stuff like this, but it just works out best. But I when I finish talking, I'll pay attention to chat. I'm gonna put the panel link up. We can have a conversation and a whole nine. All right. So if you did have a question and you addressing me, hope you remember it and then type it in again. All right. So, but I'm gonna go into this last thing. I wanted to share with you all an example of this is a use case example. Okay. And I used this brother last time in the last video. So this is brother Obi Latiwa on Facebook, and he did a post. And see, when I see these posts, I chime in on. I try to help folks out, but I already know what I'm up against. So my expectations are appropriately applied. But this brother posted this picture that you see on the screen. Okay. And then he says, and you can see it on the screen, I'm going to read it. He says, it's important to understand the cultural context of ancient Egypt. Below is a photo from a funeral procession for Rahmos, who was a vizier of northern Egypt during the New Kingdom. At this time period in Egyptian history, Lower Egypt was the main area that Eurasians were coming in and becoming Egyptians by taking on the indigenous Nile Valley traditions and customs. This is how the Hyksos, a.k.a. Hykakasut, were able to take over northern Egypt. Some will try to use photos such as this that depict Egyptians exhibiting non-African phenotypes. See, he's saying non-African phenotypes. So he's using this picture, which is, number one, damaged, and it's not, obviously the way it was originally created, to argue a point. This is what I was speaking about earlier in terms of people don't consider none of that stuff. But anyway, he says that some will try to use photos such as this that depict Egyptians exhibiting non-African phenotypes in order to steal credit for this great African civilization. However, there's a flaw in their logic when taking into account historical context. Don't be fooled and argue over the validity of such depictions. Instead, we should focus on learning the history. There was also a vizier in the southern part of Egypt who shared more affinities with Nubian people and other southern Egyptians. So now, point number one, and this is a very important point, and I hope everybody understands this. Ancient Egypt, we call it ancient because it no longer exists. It's gone. What we're calling ancient Egypt was everything about it is already past tense. Everything about it was already done. The record has already been made. Okay? So what that means is we have to take ancient Egypt as it is. You know how you buy a car or you sell a car and you sell it as is? Or you see the advertisement, it says, a car for $6,000 as is. That means you got to take the good, the bad, the ugly, the whatever. You got to take it as is. Well, guess what? We are supposed to take ancient Egypt as is. So what does that mean? Ancient Egypt was both Lower Egypt and Upper Egypt, and all of the people in both of those regions. So for anybody to attempt to cherry pick southern Egypt and focus on that as Egypt, or the opposite stupidity, anybody that focuses on Lower Egypt, the closer part to the Mediterranean, and then focus on that as if that's Egypt, both of them are retarded and stuck on stupid. Because ancient Egypt was both and all of that at the same time. That's why they call it Tawi. The name of ancient Egypt was Tawi, the two regions, speaking of the delta and the valley. The narrow strip of the valley going down to the first cataract, and then the triangular shaped marsh, wide land called the delta. The Greeks called the delta. Tashamau in the south and Tamehu in the north. That is Egypt. So you got to take the territory and the people within it all together. You got to take the whole baggage. So that's point number one. So it doesn't matter if there's a visor in the north and a visor in the south, as if the south visor had more importance than the north visor did. They're both visors for Egypt and Egyptians. So that's one. Now, number two is the brother was saying that these are non-African phenotype. By whose standards? So now check this out, because this picture here on the screen, and I'm going to show you all some more pictures to make it big and show it. But this is how it was posted. So I'm showing you how it was posted. This picture is from the tomb of Rahmos. All right. And it is a small cropped portion of a huge scene. It's a funerary procession. Now, for those, any of y'all who are tuned in right now, any of y'all who are actual students and study ancient Egyptian culture, the moment I say funerary procession, you should automatically know what time it is in terms of what you're looking at on the screen. Soon as I say funerary procession, the moment you see somebody say funerary procession and you see a group of women, it should automatically click to you what's going on in the picture. Automatically. But for those who are not familiar, you're about to learn right now. So I want to show you something. Now, it's claimed that these figures are non-African type and things like that. Now, I'm only showing the Facebook post, the actual post itself, but in the comments, the brother, I had made a comment, and I'm letting the brother know that this is not, because he's implying that these are foreigners. I'm letting him know that no, that is perfectly normal in such context and situation. Now remember, he said it's important to understand the cultural context of ancient Egypt. You see his first sentence. But the brother himself is not doing that. He's limiting the idea of cultural context to only dealing with who's in the South, who's in the North, and the whole blacker than thou type stuff. Now, you may not know all of what I just said based on this one post from him, but trust me, I've been following this brother for a while, seen his posts, and he's definitely someone who I consider an anachronist and a blackologist. And I told him that, although he doesn't like it, that's my opinion of him and many others. But the point here is, and I'm telling him and the people on the post, other people that are making comments on the post, I'm letting them know that this is perfectly normal. All right, so I'm going to show you all some pictures of what's going on in this image. So one thing was, the one reason why these women, especially these women right here, were thought of by the brother and a few other people that are commenting on this particular post that they were foreigners, is because of their attire. They were saying that the attire is suspiciously non-Egyptian. And so what I was telling them is, once you know who these women represent and what they're doing in terms of what they're doing ritualistically, you will know what the attire is represented, and it's not foreign at all. It's Egyptian. So I'm going to let y'all know, and then I'm going to show you. So I'm going to demonstrate. I'm going to tell you, then I'm going to demonstrate, because demonstration beats conversation, right? So in this small cropped picture, what you're looking at are the professional mourners. Okay? When the Egyptians had a funeral procession, they had professional mourners that would perform different rituals and rites during the procession. And some of those being the pulling of hair. They would pull their hair. They would throw ash on themselves and in their hair. They would wail and cry. They would beat their chest. They would do all these different things to signify different elements of mourning, going through the mourning period. And I don't mean mourning as in good morning. Mourning as in mourning someone's death. Obviously, it's in the funerary context. So that's what you're seeing some of the women do. Not so much. You could see that going on right here with the woman behind here, but there's more women that's cropped out. The women in the front, these women in the front are right next to, which is cropped out, the priest. And they have their hands to their mouth because they're actually the ones who answer and respond to the priest, and they sing certain things. When the priest says something and asks certain things, a call and response, these women are involved with that. The women in the middle that are deemed by anachronists to be foreign, they're not. These women actually are representing Osset and Nebet Hut, the two kites And they are the archetypes for the professional mourners. They are the original mourners. Remember the story about Wasir being killed and chopped up. Aset searched out for his body parts and put them back together along with her sister Nephthys or Nebuchadnezzar. And they mourned. One sister protected the head of Usir, and the other sister protected the feet. And they're always seen in pictures at the feet and at the head of the deceased. They are the original mourners. They are the original ones who pulled their hair, the original ones that threw ash on them, the original ones that cried. And you could see them crying with the makeup. And I'm going to show you pictures where you can see where the eyeliner is running down the face to indicate that they're crying and wailing. So in this picture, you have 4 women in the middle right here. They alternate their headscarf. These are headscarves that they're wearing. And they're matching the outfit. Their chest is exposed. They have no tops on. 2 women are beating their chest. And then the 2 inner women in the inside, they're carrying a bowl with the kepesh emblem, which is an instrument that's used in the opening of the mouth ceremony. Okay? Y'all look this stuff up. But I'm going to show you better pictures of it now. But first, before I show you better pictures of this tomb, let me show you what I'm talking about as far as the outfit. Notice the waist, the sash around the waist, the knot, and how it drapes down. So now I'm going to show you pictures, other pictures. So here is on the right hand side, here's the tomb of Nefertari, where you actually see Aset and her sister Nephthys or Nebuchadnezzar. You see them wearing and with the tie in the same manner. The only difference is their chest, they have actual top with the straps on. The other women were topless completely. That's the difference. But they're wearing the same bottom, same design, same representation. Notice the deceased has the same tied band around the waist. This particular deceased is a combination of Ra and Wasir together, as the glyphs here tell you. They meet up together as one. And so, and on this side, this picture here, this is from the tomb of Hard-Imhab, where you see the wailing woman in the middle and the 2 kites on both sides. Same thing, completely topless. All right. So that's what's going on there. But I just want to share some pictures. Let's see if I can pull them up. The best way to pull them up here.
I actually looked around and found a full picture of like a fuller and clearer picture of the clipped one that Obi had on that Facebook post.
Okay, well I'm gonna share and then let me know if you have something different than what I'm about to share.
All right.
Okay. So I'm just trying to see the best way to share this. Okay, I'll do it this way. Let's see, window here we go. And hopefully this will be big enough for y'all. And does that look big enough? Is that big enough for everybody? If I could widen it up a little bit. No, I guess not. How about if I do that?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. So this is from the tomb of Rahmos, right? So one thing that has to be known about this tomb is an unfinished tomb. It was never finished, but it was very, very detailed, The artwork in here is probably one of the best pieces of artwork in all of Egyptian tombs. It's unfortunate that it wasn't finished in terms of painted and fully decorated, but in terms of its sculpting, it's like at the top notch. So I'm gonna zoom in just so you can see what I'm talking about and really appreciate this. So you'll be able to see how clear it is. Look at this wig that this person has on. Look at the detail, all of the different stripes in the wig, the zigzag lines. And mind you, this is stone. I'm not sure what type of stone, whether it's limestone or not. Likely it probably is. But you can still see the grid lines in red where the Egyptian artists would pop a chalk line, what we call a chalk line today. But they used red ochre to pop grid lines to draw and do the carvings. You can still see it right here where my cursor is. Can y'all see my cursor? MK, can you see my cursor?
To you.
Okay. So you can see the grid lines that are still present. But I'm just showing this because I want you to see the detail, the level of detail here. All of this detail. But let me go on to the next picture. If I can, it will let me. How do I go to my next picture? I blew it up so big I can't even but look at all that detail. Look at all that detail. But let me will it page down? Nope, it won't let me page down either. So that's not cool. Go right. Oh, okay. So now here, let me show you the bigger picture. Let me find it. Let me come out of this and see if I can find the big picture. I want you to see the full scene first. Here it is right here, this one. So here's an image more of the full scene. So the full procession in the tomb. Okay, so I'm gonna blow this up. So if I go side to side, drag it side to side, you see the far left, and they're all marching in procession going this way. Here are professional mourners, and they're positioned strategically. You have the young women, you have a child, then you have an elder here. And if I blow it up, you can see why I say she's an elder, because her breasts are pointed down, which in the artwork is a sign of age in terms of for the women. But they're looking up here and strategically placed artistically because they're looking up here. But this is damaged. But this is where they're dragging the body, the tekenu, which is supposed to be a wrapping of the body parts of the deceased, all the body parts that you strip out of the human body that don't make it to the canopic jars. The 4 canopic jars. All right. They will wrap the other parts at certain time periods, I should say, into what's called a tekenu, which represents a fetal positioned human being being dragged. And look, you see the same dress here is damaged, but you see the same dress here with the knot, white dress with the sash and knot here. You see the same thing here, which here is Nebet Hut. You see the sign. I'm not sure if y'all can see the sign good. Above her head. And on the other side would be all set, but it's damaged. You can't see it, but they're both there. Okay. So all the themes and all of the ritual themes are in place. All right. So keep moving this way. You'll see now you get to more mourners that are kneeled on the ground. See, these are standing mourners right here. They're standing up. These mourners here are on the ground. They're on the ground. They're pulling their hair. They're throwing ash and things. And their hair is supposed to be shown as being unkept. That's a sign of mourning when you have not kept your hair. Now, I was going to see if it was clear enough to show them crying, but let's see. So that's the bigger picture. Now, the women in the picture that I was showing are just to the right of this column, but it's too big. You can't see it because the column is in the way. All right, this column right here is in the way. So let me see if I come out of this and go to some other pictures. All this is from the tomb. And you can see the drawings still there for that. These are foreigners. But I want to go to the picture that I'm looking for. I'm trying to see if any of them are crying. You can see that. It's going down. Down. But here's the more picture uncropped portion of it. And so you see these women here kneeling down, they're squatting, and they're throwing ash on their hair and everything like that with their hands up, the gesture. You see the women, they have their arms positioned a certain way. Their right arm is forward. Their left arm is going towards their head. You see these two women here beating on their chest that I already explained. The women in the middle are carrying a bowl with the kapesh, and these women here with their hands to their mouth. And here that's chiseled all the way out will be a Sem priest. And won't let me push it. Will be a Sem priest here in front of a big table of offerings. And if you could see this, let me blow this up. Okay, well, here's a woman that you can see is crying. You see the makeup that's running down her eyes? See all of this detail. Now, this is a damaged artifact, but it's preserved enough for us to see what we're seeing, which we have to appreciate. But all these different details is the cultural context that people need to learn about to understand what's going on. So these women are crying. You see the tear, not the tears, but you see the makeup running here, These ones, you can't see it. But the reason why you don't see it is because they're the ones not crying. Because you could tell because their hands are in a different position. Their left arm is pointed down. Their right arm is pointed out this way. But notice the ones that are crying, their arms are up in the air. So there's significance to the hand position to what they're doing. And let's go over here. Same thing here. They're crying. The makeup is running down the face of all of them. All of them right here. You see it right here, here, here. And guess what? Their hands are in the air. Same thing down here. Makeup running. Their hands are in the air.
Yep, they are remeing. Actually, the eyes with the tears look like the D9 glyph. The eyes with the tears for Remy.
Exactly. All right. So, but I was zooming in because I want y'all to see this instrument here. You see this instrument here with the falcon head on one end, and the other end is an extended hand. Well, the Sem priest right here that's chiseled out is completely damaged and gone for whatever reason, was holding this instrument and offering it to the deceased. That's over here on the right hand side. That's out of the frame. But all of these different things have cultural significance and meaning. None of this stuff is as literal and rigid as these anachronists would like to think. So somebody's going to look at this picture and say that these women are foreigners because their skin is painted yellow or a shade of yellow, when that's false. It's painted that way for another significant reason. Their hair, their outfits, a lot of these things have significant meanings, but you have to learn the culture itself in a different approach and not the same old retarded anachronistic racial stuff that everybody's doing. Because you're never gonna learn about what they're doing. Like, what's going on in this picture? What's the funeral? What's the opening of the mouth? Why they open the mouth? Why? Why they beating on the chest? Why they carrying this? Why they wailing? What's the significance about that? What did they believe? What was going on? Anyway, but this is the whole tomb. So here is the far right hand side. So this is the Lady of the West. Here in the middle. And this is the Lady of the West, but this is Het Heru. And you can see her name. You can still make out her name at the top right here. Het Heru. You see it here. Hetep, which means who dwells in or who is over within, and then this location. This location is chiseled out. So I don't even want to guess what that is. But it's probably of the necropolis or of the West. I just said I didn't want to guess, and I'm guessing. But, and we see that her headdress is the headdress for the West. Okay? So, and remember, the procession marches from the residence of the individual to the west, which was where the necropolis was and the tomb was, or should be. All right, so that's that, and really nothing else. But I mean, you can see the detail level of detail. All right, well, look at this one. Look at the level of detail. How can you not appreciate that? All of the zigzag lines, and they're uniform. Look how uniform these lines are. That's amazing. That's amazing. And remember what I said about aspective artwork. Notice how you can see the full eye and the person's in profile. This is humanly impossible in the real world, but they used aspective artwork, where you see the full eye, but the face, the face itself in profile, and then the shoulders will be full on, and so on. All right. So anyway, I think that's enough that I want to show. Look at this detail. I mean, look at that. How are you, like, why would anybody argue over limited visual information? Like, people will look at this and start arguing about what phenotype this person is from a modern point of view. And that's what I mean. The anachronism has to stop. And that's what I'm saying. All of you anachronists out there, listen, I'm giving you a out. I'm giving you a way out. You won. Ancient Egypt is African. It's already said. It's already admitted. You won. You won. It's over. It's over. Find something else to talk about. So anyway.
It's crazy because just discussing phenotypes on people you can literally see around you, as crazy as that is, it's even crazier trying to examine phenotypes on a canonized artwork, where you know that it is a standard used to paint and to draw people where they don't literally look like that. Like the pictures that you had, if you actually showed them, they will be exactly the same. Like those, like all the women will be like quintuplets. I don't know what you call it, if there were 16 of them and they all looked alike. Like, how do you even start to think about doing some phenotypical examination on something that is a standard and is like exact same? Doesn't make sense.
Nah, you're right, and I'm glad you said that, because people, like, if you're gonna, now we call that lookership. If you're gonna practice, I don't suggest anybody to do it, But if you're going to do it, at the very least, pick up all the books on Egyptian artwork. Because they will tell you about the Egyptian canons and standardized canons and things like that. Like, for example, another argument that anachronists use, more on the blackest side of the anachronists, they will use images where the Egyptian artist, would have several different Egyptian figures in the scene, but they alternate every other figure with a lighter shade of red, brownish red, and then a darker brownish red, and they will alternate. And that's in a lot of different scenes. And they will use that to say that, to make an argument about skin color, when that is not a literal representation of skin color. That's an artistic expression to show a multitude of people, and they alternate so they can clearly define one person from another. It happens all the time. It happens from the Old Kingdom all the way up throughout Egypt's history. And I put the panel link in the chat. All right. So anybody want to come on the panel? I'm looking at the chat now. So again, I know I was long-winded with all of that stuff, but the bottom line, I want to say, listen, you anachronists out there, stop it. I'm giving you a way out. You won. Ancient Egypt has been declared an African civilization. That's it. That's it. That was the pushback from the racist Egyptologists and early Egyptology, saying it wasn't. They were saying it wasn't. Now everybody's saying it is, including them, including the European scholars. They're saying ancient Egypt was an African civilization and its people African. So you won. Take the trophy. Now start to learn something about the ancient Egyptian people and their culture. Stop fussing and fighting about surface, shallow, silly stuff. If you can. See, some people are not really interested in Egypt. They just want to argue. So they pick something with Egypt because Egypt is a hot topic everywhere. All eyes are on Egypt. And I remember somebody asked, why do so many black people or African Americans focus on Egypt? I'm like, what? Everybody and their mother focuses on Egypt. Egypt is probably one of the hottest studied civilizations. So, I mean, that was kind of crazy. But all right, I'm looking at the chat. So peace to everybody in the chat. Anybody who just tuned in. If I see you and I haven't seen you before, I'm gonna give you a shout out. I see we have Sister Mika is in the building. Peace to the Sister Mika. Peace to Ramza. It's in the building. I'm gonna turn the chat back on so everybody can see what's going on in the chat. Brother Donnie, I think I already gave Donnie a shout out. So, Emicat, I don't know if you were looking at the chat. Was there anything that sticks out that I need to go back to or something? But listen, if you all have any comments or questions, the panel link is pinned. The panel link is in the chat. If you don't want to come on the panel and speak what you want, type it in the chat now. But make sure you at the Sesh though, so it'll stick out, because everybody knows, boy, on these YouTube videos, the chat will have its own life. The chat will take a life of its own, you know. And sometimes I can't tell if things are directed to me or not.
Okay, so initially.
So hold up, Donnie. Oh, go ahead.
I was saying very, very early on, I saved 2 questions, but I think one probably got answered in the chat. But I saved 2 questions. I don't know if you want me to read or do it right after you finish that one.
Yeah, let me do this one and then read those, because I
right.
won't be able to see it. So Donnie asked, why you didn't take this MF stance from the get go? Donnie, I don't know why you asking me that. This has been my stance from the get go. See, Donnie, I'm not sure if you and I are friends or followers of each other on Facebook, but I've been on Facebook since 2009, and I can show you from 2009. See, one thing about me, I'm a very consistent person. I'm very consistent. I can show you posts from 2010, 11, 12, 13, where I'm saying the same thing I'm saying now, probably in a little different way, but I'm saying the same things. None of this is new. None of this is new. I've been doing this for over 10 years. I've been saying all these things for over 10 years. Period. So you asking me the question, I understand you just may not be familiar with me and my stance, but my stance has always been the same. That's why I teach what I teach. Remember, I teach the language, and I'm telling people get off the black stuff, because you're not going to know the culture until you know the language. I don't care what anybody says. It goes for anything about Egypt or any other culture. You're never going to you're never going to have an intimate knowledge about a culture until you study the language. Because you got to understand, language is the DNA of culture. It records the psychological framework of the mindset of people. That's the only way you're going to get to know a culture. Or you got to go live with the people. And good luck with that if you're trying to go live with ancient Egyptians. Good luck on that, boy. Tell me how that works out. So my stance is built into what I'm doing, what I've been doing, what I say, how I behave, how I speak on these different topics. It's all in there. I'm very, very consistent. Very, very consistent. Okay, so, just want to make sure that's straight. Okay, but MK, you want to mention those other ones? So mind you, anybody could come on the panel. The panel link is pinned, is there, should be at the top, and then also if you're not going to come on the panel and you want to direct a question or comment to me or MK, you want us to recognize at the Seshu, like put the @ sign in the Seshu so it can stick out. All right, but go ahead. What were you gonna say?
Okay, so the first question was from Neil Spite, and he was asking,
Okay.
what's the difference? What's the difference between black and dark scientifically? Because there is definitely a difference.
Well, yeah, scientifically, the key word is scientifically. And whenever you're dealing with the sciences, no matter what it is, and even not just sciences, but any professional discipline, like an organized discipline, you have what's called nomenclature. And every single discipline, organized discipline, they set forth key terminology and the definitions of key terms that govern the discipline. So, for example, the example I always give is like the difference between street level everyday nomenclature or vernacular versus the legal courtroom vernacular and nomenclature. So, for example, a person in the legal environment can be a business. A business is an actual person. It's a fictitious person, but it's a person. A business can get sued, and a business can sue other people because it's a person, other persons. But in everyday conversation on the street, you would never think of a business as a person because we define a person as a human being. So I say that to say that every organized discipline, be it a science one or not, they always define key terms, and you have to know what those key terms are as it's defined within that discipline. So black, it depends on which discipline. Because if you say black and you're talking about physics or chemistry, then black will have a different kind of meaning. Because in chemistry, black and white are the same thing, are two ends of the same thing. Black and white in chemistry are two ends of a process called combustion. White representing the beginning and black representing the end, the completion. Because when you ignite something, to ignite something is to flame it up, is to brighten. It becomes bright. Then the middle stage, it glows, it shines bright. Then as it burns, it uses up whatever energy, and then it starts to decline, and it turns dark, and it finishes. So it goes from white to black, all in the same process. It's describing fire or combustion. So that's would be different than black. Then in art, different branches of art, black has a range of codes on the what do you call those codes? It's a number sign and then 6 numbers. The
You mean the
hexagram.
hex color? Right.
Yeah, the hex color codes. So to digital artists and even artists, they will determine black to be a certain range of those hex codes from 0000000, which is 6 zeros, all the way up to a color, and I forget what the code is, but to the eyes it will look gray. It will look grayish. So that will be considered black. Even though I said the word gray, it'll be a shade of black. Then you get your shades of reds and red. So these major color terms will become categorical containers for multiple shades within the category. So black has a certain range, reds have a certain range, yellows have a certain range, and it's usually the primary colors. What are the primary colors? What are the primary colors today?
That would be
MK?
red, blue, and yellow.
Right. And by blending the primary colors, you create secondary colors. So yellow and blue creates what? Green.
Green.
And then you get all this stuff in between. Then you got the visible light spectrum in physics, where you got Roy G. Biv, the abbreviation for Roy G. Biv with those colors, ROYGBIV, the 7 colors of the white light spectrum through a prism, and then everything in between. So anyway, that's enough of that. So what will black mean and stuff in science? It all depends. To the ancient Egyptians, the color black represented many different things, or different colors meant different things. And you got to remember, every culture on the planet utilized colors as category markers, as baskets, like to categorize things, like how we do on computers on your hard disk, your file folders. And we do it to this very day. So like today, blue represents medicine, medical
Yep.
things, intelligence, and this, that, and the third. Red represents danger. It represents lust. It represents
Passion.
anger. It represents passion and all of that.
Yeah, that's when you get into color psychology.
There you go. And y'all don't know, but y'all need to talk to Emicat about the artwork. Emicat is the resident art person. I was going to call you the expert, but I don't want to say that because then they'd be like, oh,
Yeah, no, the export.
I will rely on the experts. That's the new gospel, boy. I'll rely on the experts. Yeah, I'm going to do a show on that too. Another show. We did it before. Appeal to authority versus deferring to authority. And the new gospel, relying on experts and what that does. Okay, but what else? That was, you said you reading that one. What else? Because nobody's coming on the panel, and I don't see Sesh. I mean, I don't see anything at me.
Yeah, so the second one actually was a note, but I don't, I think it was Babylon Dan because he said he wanted to talk about the Athribis video that you and Smash did, but I think he's already gone because I tried to tag him on a chat, but he's probably away for now. So that was that. That was the only two I wanted to make a note of.
Okay, all right. So yeah, if he comes back, he can answer that. Yeah, I told him that it was cool, but that would kind of shift the subject over to Athribis. But we done burnt Athribis down, man. We burnt that to death, and this whole black thing has been burnt to death, and that's and that's crazy because black is the final stage of the burning process, and we burning black down, man. Come on, y'all have to understand how silly this is, and I'm gonna blame people that give it life, that keep allowing it to live. I know y'all are on Facebook. I know y'all see these people posting things about Egypt and these pictures and just keep running it in the ground. Like, you already won. Take the trophy. You already won. But again, listen, I'm definitely doing a future presentation on race, on the history of race in the United States in terms of how it affects us and what I'm gonna tie it into what's going on with ancient Egypt, but not so much on the ancient Egyptian talking points. I'm gonna talk about race itself, what it is, and what it actually means to identify as black. I'm telling you, y'all, people gotta really, really get up on information. Like, man, it's like, stop focusing on the shallow stuff that's redundant, been going on for 50 years. Okay, I thought I saw a question. I was trying to highlight the question. Okay, here it is. Okay, Wajao, did green represent death for ancient Egyptians? Not to my knowledge. Not green. Green obviously it represents growth and vitality, vibrancy, vitality, growth. Obviously vegetation is green. Even the word waj, the word green in the Egyptian language is the word waj, and there's a play with the word green and the word for to be prosperous,
Yeah.
to be sound, to be whole, and that's my name. That's part of my name. Wujau represents that. My name is the same word when people say Unk Uja Seneb. That's how people say it, but it's really Unk Weja Seneb. Anku Wujau Senebu. Those are the stative forms of those words. That means that you're in a state of. So Wujau, my name, is he who is in a state of being whole, sound, prosperous. All right. So just so you know, but that's why if you look at my symbol, my name is green in color. Like, I do all that stuff for a reason. It has a gold skin around the outside. It's outlined in gold. The inside of it is green. And then I have a red crown. Let me see if I have it. I have it. Y'all have seen it before. Yeah, here you go. Right there, big for you. So that's why my name is green. And I made it, I made it look scaly, like a snake skin. And the W is in the form of a snake. Why? Because you have Wajet is the deity of Lower Kemet. The deity of Lower Kemet or Lower Kemet is represented by the red crown, the Desheret crown, the red crown. My name is in green. to connect the color Waj green with Wajet and the name Wujau. And in my name, you have the Ja symbol here. Same thing that you see in the phrase Ankh Uja Seneb. So this is an artistic express. See, artistically, anybody who knows about ancient Egypt would immediately recognize that I know about the culture, something about the culture enough to where I can be artistic and do what I'm showing you on the screen. The gold skin, the gold trimming around my whole name is the skin of the gods, because that's what the ancient Egyptians believed. Not literally, but they understood that the properties of gold is everlasting. It doesn't tarnish. And so they say the gods' skins were made of gold and things like that. So to preserve the name, instead of putting it in a cartouche, I wrapped it in gold. All these little things. Now everybody just see my name and they just see it Wujao and then mess it up, mispronounce it. Waju, Wujaru. What's up, Wu?
Wuja.
Waju, Wuja. Wuja, got you all in check. Everybody done butchered my name, but they don't even look at it and ask me or anything. So anyway, so that's a little bit about the name. So, I mean, to answer your question, let me put this back on the screen. All right, so what else we got going on here? He said Osiris is green. Yes, Wasir is green, is represented green at times, and he's represented as black in times. All right. Black for the ancient Egyptians had several figurative associations. It represented the afterlife. It represented the unknown, like the mysterious aspects. Represents the duat itself. Matter of fact, Usir is represented as the duat itself. He's actually called the duat in some instances itself, which is the underworld.
I think both black and green have fertility as well, connotations of it. So that's interesting.
Yeah, but they're two different, slightly different aspects of fertility. So black is the beginning, and green would be the product, because obviously you have to have dark, rich, the dark, rich potential of the soil that ends up producing the green vegetation.
Okay, that's good. That's interesting. So one is for the beginning, and then you start to sow.
Just like,
And then,
my screen froze. So look like you might.
Okay, so Hujao kind of got kicked out for a minute. But yeah, I was saying that both have like fertility connotations around them, but Hujao says it's different stages of it, which is kind of interesting. So one has the beginning, so like the sowing stages. So you need black as something that stays fertile to allow the process of sowing to begin, and then you have the green that has the reaping stages, or for vegetation, what the byproduct of having fertile grounds for that. So that's kind of interesting as well. I didn't think of it that way. But so I was looking at the chat, and Babylon did say that you wanted Wujao to show the highlights of that A3-base video where he put handlebars on Smash. Okay, so you wanted us to replay it, or you wanted us to discuss bits of it, why what was discussed on it was discussed? Because I don't think we're going to replay it, but I can share the link for where you can watch the video or the different videos on it. It was 3 parts. to those videos, and they were on Jehudi Ma'at's channel. So Jehudi Ma'at, just the king of learning with entertainment. So those are on his channel. So just let me know. Was it you wanted us to discuss something specific in the video, or play the videos again? So if we're going to play it, I'll just put on the chat right now where you can get those videos. I'll put Jehudi Ma'at's channel right away while we are talking, while I'm waiting for your response. So let's do that.
All right. Can you hear me? Check. Can anybody hear me? Somebody in the chat, let me know. Check. I need a favor from anybody in the chat. Let me know if you can hear me. Oh, you can hear me? All right, good. Okay, so I apologize for that. My computer, the Anachronists sent out an attack on my computer. They didn't like the trophy that I was offering. They don't want to win. They just want to argue, right? So they like, man, they say I'm messing up. I'm messing it up. Just like I get accused messing up the money. You messing up the debate. We can make money off of arguing. Don't ask those kind of straightforward questions. We want to ask vague questions and keep the arguments going so we can set up a debate against this person and that person and make some money. Yeah. So, all right. But I'm back. I'm trying to get this thing. Okay. So Java put up on Smash, do a commentary while we watch the video. Okay. So Babylon Done, you had made a comment earlier about that. So what did you want to know about Athribis? Because we beat Athribis up, like we exhausted that topic. Hopefully everybody's familiar with Athribis.
I think what he wanted was for us to replay the video again and do a commentary while watching the video. But I think we did that already. So, I don't know if we want to do that. We do want to do that again. But I did share Jehudi Ma'at's channel, so for people to go and watch the videos and other videos that Jehudi has.
Okay. Donnie, did I answer your question? I was meant to check back with you. Did I answer your question about you asking why I didn't have the stance from the beginning? And so I was just answering you saying, yeah, I definitely had a stance from the beginning. One thing, sometimes people may get in their feelings a bit, but one thing that people will definitely tell you that I'm very consistent. You won't call one thing you can't call me is a flim-flammer or a flip-flopper. That's one thing that it's just it's not even gonna make sense. So yeah, are there any other questions though? Because we're going up on 2 hours and 25 minutes. We can hang a little while longer. The panel link is still in the chat. Okay, so Babylon Dunn says, I want to hear you prove Smash wrong. He keeps playing it as if he won a debate. That's not for me to do. Like people have to watch it or listen to the conversation or whatever and then make their own determination. What was done already. You know what I'm saying? I can't keep doing that. That's a waste of time. You know how long ago that was? And that whole conversation, remember in Smash's video where I went on his channel to have that discussion. He that live that he was on, that he and I were on, that was him going over an old video from the get-go. He was going over an older video. So you have to feel the frustration in my position of keep going over the same daggone stuff. It's just old and tired. We got to get past it. We got to get past it. So what? If he say he won, it wasn't no debate. There was no debate. But if he say he won, so what? He got that. I don't care about that.
Yeah, I shared the link for the commentary that we did on all three videos. It's under the topic of comprehension, reading comprehension, and just basically comprehension as a whole. So there is really nothing to discuss on that. Just I guess some comprehension issues still lingering on that.
Yeah, see, we have to get to the point. We have to get used to growing knowledge and not just arguing over stuff for the sake of arguing. We gotta get into the habit of growing knowledge and how to set up conversations where we leave better than we came to the conversation. I mean, so to go over Athribis and all this other kind of stuff, everything was wrong about that. He mischaracterized what I was saying, and that goes into comprehension. I was saying it live to him then. I was saying, man, it's just a comprehension problem. And I know people feel like, okay, when we say you can't comprehend, people think it's condescending, but listen, there's but so many ways you can say things. And it just is what it is. So we got Brother Donnie on the panel. So peace to you, Donnie, how you doing? Can you hear me? If you're talking, I can't hear you. MEK, can you hear him?
Nope. You're probably taking some time to fix his microphone, hopefully.
So Donnie, if you can hear me, you may have to leave and come right back out.
Okay, we see you now. So
We can see you, but is your mic working? Nope, I can't.
No.
I don't know. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, yes, there you go.
Yeah. So, my greetings to everybody, right? But one of my
All
things
right, greetings.
yeah, why wasn't you kicking this from the gate?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, like when you and I, crossed paths and met up with each other and everything, but I have been, that's what I was telling you in the chat. I mean, when you asked it in the chat, I've been saying the same thing. I mean, I could show it to you. I could show you.
My thing, because I'm trying to. You are really good with words, but you know what I'm saying, and it's easy for you to, take it somewhere else. But wuja,
Yeah.
when we hammer it down, it's like you could have been there and said this. I mean, you're kind of. I want some accountability,
I
right?
don't know. I don't know what you
kinda,
what you asking for.
You kind of have something to do with this. You know what I mean? You just do. I'm not gonna let you
Okay,
slip away.
tell me. Okay, so now listen. I don't want to slip
I'm
away.
not gonna hip wrestle with you or play no games. I'm just saying.
Okay, so let me let you know. I don't want to even slip away. There's no oil. I got chalk on me. Okay, so I don't want to be slipped. I don't want to slip away at all. So
Okay.
whatever it is
again,
that you're trying to.
Pause. Do you have
Okay.
something to do with this? Do you
To do
have
with
something
what?
to do with the thought process?
Of what? I just
The
need clarification.
confusion. The confusion of you know, of Just are we black? Are black people Egyptians and all this sort of shit?
No, not at all.
Yeah.
Not at all. Yeah,
Talking
I'm gonna
shit.
show you because I think I'm. This is definitely an instance where
Because the
demonstration
reason, the
will beat
reason, the
conversation.
reason, the reason why I'm saying this is because you know why are you doing this now?
Well, okay, that's a fair question, but let me answer it then.
Right? And I've been saying
Um,
that in the chat.
okay, let me answer it. So, when you ask me why am I doing this now, one is because a recent Facebook post sparked me to do it, but this is not the first time I'm doing and saying what I'm saying in this whole live stream right now. The example is probably the first time I'm showing Rahmos tomb, Rahmos tomb and using those images, but this is like the umpteenth time I'm saying what I'm saying. So I'm going to pull up a old presentation where I have on the screens explicitly saying African Americans are not the freaking ancient Egyptians. I'm going to show you that. So I'm gonna find my old presentation, and hopefully I have a date on it where you can see where I'm saying outright that African Americans are not ancient Egyptians. And I talk up, and in that presentation, I remember doing the video a long time ago. I'm talking about I even explained my personal a personal experience I had coming to a traffic light. And somebody in the chat is gonna remember me talking about this. I was at a traffic light and I'm at a red light in my
Oh, I'm
car,
sorry. I'm
and
sorry about that. I was on mute. I'm not gonna hip wrestle with you know African Americans being issues. I'm not gonna acquiesce to that. But
no, but that's
yeah,
what you said. That's what you
you
said.
know,
Why haven't I said that? Like what? So I don't understand now. You definitely confused me now.
well, yeah, because yeah, and that's the whole thing is confusion because
No, but no, I
no,
get
no,
that.
you're making a stance now, but you knew this the whole goddamn time. Listen,
But that's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to get you
no,
to
no, 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 no,
understand.
no, no. You're not trying
You're
to get me to
right.
understand nothing. You're not trying to
What
get it.
then? Okay,
No,
listen.
I know
You're
what you're trying to do. You're trying to get them to agree, get them to agree, and all this old stuff. No,
no,
wait,
no, no, no.
just hold
Listen,
on,
listen.
bro.
Listen,
We
I'm
can't
not getting
overtalk each
you.
other, bro.
I don't want you to.
No, no,
I don't want
Buja,
you to agree with
Buja,
me
Buja,
for the
Buja,
sake of agreeing with me. You asked me a question, yes or no? You asked me a question, right?
What was the question,
Am I right?
Buja?
You asked me
Do you even
why.
remember?
Why you asked me a few questions. Your recent question was,
No,
why
I
am I
asked
doing
you
this
one
now?
question.
No, you asked me a few
Yes,
questions, Donnie. You asked me, why am I doing this now?
that's the number one question I want to focus on.
He
Okay,
also asked why
so
he hasn't done that, why he hasn't said that before, and he said he was going to show you, but
but wait.
he didn't
So
get to that.
let's focus on the question you want to focus on. So you have the floor. So re-ask me the only question you want me to focus on. Go ahead.
Yeah, my thing is, okay, you're taking a stance now, right? Buja, do we agree?
No,
The
we don't
stance
agree.
is the stance. What? Hold on. The stance is you're saying Nubians are not Egyptians, right? Okay.
Wait. Now you change. Hold up. Just to be clear,
Just,
now you're
just, just,
saying
just, just do it. Just
Nubians
do
are
it.
not
Just.
Egyptians.
I'm trying to. Buja, stop hip wrestling and playing games. Just follow me for one time.
No, listen.
Okay.
In order to
No,
follow
no,
you,
you're
wait.
hip wrestling.
There
Come
may
on,
be a
man.
slight delay
Bro, sometimes
in
sometimes
the
you gotta
audio.
just. Okay, okay.
So
I'll
listen,
give you
I
that.
gave you the
Okay,
floor to ask me what you want to ask me,
okay,
unhindered. Go ahead.
okay, okay.
When you
So,
finish, say go. Tell me to go. Go ahead.
okay. So again, the question is, why are you doing this now? And the premise is, okay, we already know that the Nubians are not Egyptians, right? That's a given. right? It's demonstrated in the language, so on and so forth. My thing is to you personally, straight up shot in the chest. Why are you doing this now? And you were saying you're going to demonstrate that. Are we clear?
I'm waiting for you to tell me when I can go.
I'm done.
Okay. So for clarity's sake, I'm gonna repeat what you asked me so that I know so that you know that I know what you asked me. You asked me, why am I doing this now? And then you asked me, you said you made a statement saying that you know that the ancient Egyptians are not the Nubians. And why haven't I done that before? So we're clear. So I'm repeating that so that you know that we're clear. So here's my answer to you for the third time tonight. I'm not just doing this now. I've been doing this. I've been doing this and saying this for over 10 years, Donnie. I've been saying the same things for over 10 years in different ways, but I've been saying the same thing. It's all over my Facebook account, my Facebook page. As I said earlier, I've been on Facebook since 2009, Donnie. And I can show you tonight, Donnie, multiple posts that I did on Facebook where I'm actually saying everything. I'm the one that introduced and pushed people to stop using even the word Nubian because it causes confusion. And I'm using the actual indigenous terms to show and prove that the Egyptians are not the Nubians or the Nehisiu, as I call them and as the Egyptians called them. That's one. And then in terms of taking a stance, you can even look on the YouTube page that you're listening on right now. Look in our archives and you can see old videos from 8 years ago, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, on up to when we've recently just came back now, where I'm saying the same thing. Look at the titles where I'm saying
Actually, real quick.
I have a
let me
video.
try
Hold
to
up.
ask you.
I have a video. Wait,
No,
I have a video called an old video
It's
called
it's 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 an it's
Nakada
an
versus
abrupt
Nubia
it's an abrupt
versus
change.
Sudan. There
It's an
is
abrupt
actually,
not.
change.
we have a
Okay.
playlist
Listen.
specifically called Black Egypt. I'm just gonna say that and let y'all speak. So, and you can find about 16 videos in there, mostly around this very topic. So, just so you know.
So, but Donnie, you have to understand. Even people in the chat right now are telling you that I've been saying it. That's not
I'm
even
not
coming
even
from
looking
me.
at the chat. I don't give a damn about the chat. I'm
Okay,
asking
it's
you.
clear, but I'm
I'm
answering
asking
you.
you.
So the issue now is
Fuck
you don't
about no
like my
motherfucking
answer.
chat. No, I'm not, bro. Actually, I agree, Wuja. So let's do your little thing.
What?
What can we
What's the
what can we agree on? I've been agreeing, but this is my thing again. I'm gonna hold you to this. Why you could have did this from the gate?
I did
You didn't
though.
do this from the no. Well, you're a slippery snake then, and a slippery slope because it wasn't just like the way it was supposed to be. I'm a common sense type of dude, and I'm gonna hit you in the chest, and I'm gonna say what's right, and all that old stuff. But you hip wrestle and play games. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
but
That's what you
listen.
do.
Okay, but listen, Donnie. Let me tell you this though.
You
So
could have
so
did it a
you
different
so
way.
okay, but listen. I can appreciate your
But I'm
forwardness.
but but but
Wait,
but
wait.
I'm
Let me
over it though.
finish.
You know what I'm saying? I unlike the motherfucking chat, uh, they didn't
Boy,
they don't know the
you
language. No,
you
wait
off the
wait wait
chain
wait
like.
wait wait wait. No, hold on, wait. Unlike
Wait,
the
let me
chat,
ask you something. Let me ask you
no
something.
no 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 no. Hold up.
Like
Unlike the
what
chat,
did you have for dinner?
no,
What
bro, just relax. Unlike the chat,
have you
they
been
don't
drinking?
know.
Relax.
But I know y'all was gonna try to play me like that, but I ain't tripping no. But let me finish my motherfucking message. Unlike
No,
the chat,
I'm asking you a serious question.
bro, I put in the time to learn the language and stuff like that. But these motherfuckers in the chat didn't. You know what I'm saying? And that's why it's repetitive. and on some bullshit. So you can try
Okay,
to dismiss me if you want. I'm in your face, hitting you with the chest shots. You know what I'm saying?
okay,
And that's the
okay. I can
motherfucking biggest
appreciate.
question. So
Okay, I
again,
can appreciate. I can appreciate,
yeah,
but you can hit me in my chest all you want to.
yeah.
And I appreciate that. I appreciate the directness that you have and the whole nine because I like people like that because then I could be direct because a lot of people are weak
Give a fuck
on
about no
on
motherfucking chat.
Facebook and YouTube. Everybody get all in their feelings or their panties in a bunch. So I'm glad you don't. So this is what I'm gonna say to you though, right now. Um, I think that you've been drinking because your behavior is different
Well,
than normally
it
how
don't
how.
matter. It don't matter what the fuck you think. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
have
Can
you
you
been
just deal
drinking?
with the question? You're
But
running
have you
from the
been drinking?
question. You're
Have you
running
been
from the
drinking?
question, and you're trying to dismiss me.
No, I'm not. Actually,
You're
I answered your
running
question
from the
already.
question, and you're trying to dismiss me.
Listen to me, Donnie. I answered your
I'm
question
a grown
already.
ass adult. I don't answer the motherfucking Woo job or the motherfucking CC, nigga. What the fuck you talking about?
You definitely been drinking. You definitely been drinking, but listen, it's all good because we gonna help you out tonight. But listen, here's the thing, Donnie. I answered your question. You asked me why am I doing this now, and my answer to that question for the fifth time now is that I'm not just doing this now. I'm actually repeating myself
No.
tonight.
So why are you doing it 5 times? You know it's important though. Wuja, this is what you do. You're trying to dismiss what I'm saying. It's like I don't
Boy,
have no credibility or anything. That's the first thing people do when they're trying to attack
how am
somebody.
I dismissing you when I'm answering your question though?
No,
Make
you
that
hip
make
wrestle and
sense.
play games. You
I
hip
don't know what
wrestle and
hip
play games.
wrestling is.
You
Like I don't
avoided
that must be a West Coast thing. I don't
you
know.
have no fuck that. You avoided me uh my question, you know what I'm saying? And now you just barely
Wait.
coming back to it. And now you're trying to
You said wait. You
discredit
said
the question.
this
No,
is
we're not
really
gonna do
crazy. All
that.
right. The
We're
one
not gonna do
time,
that.
listen, I don't
We're
understand.
not gonna do
I
that.
really don't understand what. Hold up, Donnie. One second. I've definitely answered your question multiple times, and yet I'm accused of not answering and being dismissive. Make that make sense.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm having a
yeah,
conversation with you without the vulgarity and stuff like that. You the MFins
yeah.
and everything like that. You the only one that's
Well,
acting like you're acting.
that's
So
no, and yeah.
and then you're gonna say you keeping it real. I understand it. I can get that
No, I
way
never
too.
said any of that.
Now you definitely MF'd it and everything. But here's the thing.
Well, I
Here's the
did say
thing.
that,
Cause
but in
my point.
context though,
I know
in
context
context though,
matters. I know
yeah, I wasn't
context
cussing
matters
you out or
definitely.
anything and
I
stuff
didn't
like that.
say
But I'm just saying,
I didn't accuse you. Wait. I didn't accuse you
if you're in
of
the
cursing me
forefront
out.
of this Medew Netcher, if
This
you're in
guy,
the
boy.
forefront of if you're in the forefront of Medew Netcher, right, and you stand
See,
on
this
it,
the
and
kind of stuff. Yep.
yeah, you
Yep.
know what I'm saying? 'Cause, yeah.
And that's why I'm doing
But
that,
let me
and that's why
finish
I
though.
continue. That's why I continue. Okay,
No,
go ahead,
just let
finish.
me
Go ahead,
finish.
finish.
If you're in the forefront of the Meadow Netcher and stuff like this, right? You know, and teacher,
All right.
Wuja, I'm giving you credit. This is how you know somebody is uh, good at teaching because they have the materials and it's repetitive and stuff like that. A good teacher has the materials ready to go. I give you that. You know what I'm saying?
But did I
But
answer your question? You don't think I answered your question?
nah, nah. I think you played games.
Okay,
You did
so
that. You did that. Where are you from again? The DMV or whatever. You did, yeah. Whatever they do in the DMV, that's what you did.
I'm from DC, boy. Yes, indeed.
Yeah, yeah. You did
But
that DC game.
I don't
To
even know what
me,
that is.
you know what I think it is? I think what Donnie is trying to say, probably, but correct me if I'm wrong, because there is no way around it. This topic, people on even in the chat are sick and tired of hearing it, so it has been beaten down to death.
I'm sick and tired of
But
hearing
oh,
it
no,
too.
hold on, let me finish. But I think what Donnie is really trying to say, because it appears to you that probably today, using the recent example that occurred, because Wujao always has this thing of using the current
You know what I'm saying?
activities. Oh, hold on, I'm talking. So Wujao always has and like he said, he brought up this topic again using the example from a post from today. So he always does that. So he will use the current example to talk about the same thing, hopefully, so more people get to understand it. So I'm thinking that for you, Donnie, today, the way Wujao explained it today with the example that he used today, it
No,
finally clicked for you. And then
no,
and it's
no,
different from how he did it before. And that's why
no.
probably okay, because obviously he's done it before. But I think for you is it seems to be different. It's new to you. But I'm thinking the
Uh,
newness is just the different
Again,
way he
no,
explained
it's
it.
not newness. You guys act like I'm not new.
No, 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 that's not what I said. Because
Okay,
you
okay.
said that
No, no, the
he's never
whole,
discussed it
the whole.
before.
This is on record. The whole CC knows, right, that Wuja had a change of heart.
Change of heart from what?
A change of heart from what? Hold up, Mika. Let me handle this. A change of heart from what? The whole CC knows what?
Yeah,
Explain that.
because um, with this Black Egypt stuff, Wuja. So
Wait,
you're
a change of heart.
yeah, a change of heart. That's what it is.
No, I'm saying. So what was my heart before? Tell me. What was if I
Well,
had a change of heart? What was my
well,
heart before?
you kick. You're the to me, right. This is subjective. You kind of you're the guy. You're one of them guys when it comes to Netcher, right? Am I wrong?
You're right about that, but what I want to know is what did my heart change from? What was my original heart for it to change?
Okay. I'll never know. Yeah, thank you. But I'll never step like that because I don't know what's in your heart. But
No,
my
you said
premise
no.
is no. Well, I want to talk about what Donnie Williams wants to talk about, and Donnie Williams wants to talk about people. You know, um, listen, I got to tell my story, man. Right? And since I got y'all attention, I'm about to kick it. But hey, man, when I was coming up, right? Swap meet year and stuff like this. What did the swap meet year have on it? What was the logos and stuff? It was like some African shit, Nefertari or whatever, Nubian shit. This, and it was like, if you remember them times, Florida was popping back then, and Florida used to be like an icon. That Georgetown too. Uh, but you know what I'm saying? We used to rock that shit. So I went to the swap meet and bought all the gear and shit. And you know what I'm saying? The Asians sold it to me. Uh, but there's a whole bunch of lies and shit. So and then people thinking that West African folks thinking that they looking for something to hold on to, and they do this abo shit. This we look just as stupid as the. I said this in the chat before. We look just as stupid as the fucking abos do doing the chemist shit. And again, Wuja, you was in the front of that motherfucking chemist stuff.
Okay, so pause right there. Let me get a word in real quick. So I am not was, but I am still in the front of the Kemet stuff only insofar as teaching the language and for people to study the culture by way of the language. I am not in, you don't see me doing any, you don't see me walking around with an unk around my wrist. You don't see me walking around with costumes on. You don't see me doing none of that stuff. I don't have tattoos on my body thinking that I'm an ancient Egyptian. You
Yeah.
got some
Well,
people, you got some people,
you got
you
book,
got,
you
you got,
got books,
you got some
you
people,
got
hold
books.
up.
We
I,
know
I,
that
I got,
already.
I got,
You're
wait,
not
I got
talking
books
to a
about what?
stranger.
Hold up.
You're
I
hip
got books about
wrestling
what?
and playing
I
games.
got books
You have
about
books.
what?
You
I
have
got books about
Wuja,
what? I got books about
stop
what?
being defensive.
Donnie. No, I'm not
Stop
being
being defensive.
defensive.
I'm your
No,
bro.
you
I'm
just
your bro. You
interrupted.
know I rock
Wait,
with you.
Donnie. But
But
here's the
I'm saying,
thing.
don't try to just do that.
Conversation, listen, Donnie, for a second. In this conversation, I was just quiet. So just let me finish what I was saying. That's all I'm saying. Let me finish what I was saying.
Yeah, I don't have a
What I'm
problem
saying is that when you say I'm in the forefront of the Kemetic
my God.
stuff, I'm saying the only way
You
that's
admitted
valid.
to that. You admitted to it.
I admitted to
You
it
said, yeah.
only in the sense of
It's okay.
in the forefront
It's
of the
okay.
language. Listen, hold on, let me finish. You don't have to interrupt me. I'm saying I'm in the forefront when it comes to the language. There's very few people that can hold a candle to me on the language. Period.
Yes, well, John, you got that.
And I say that with
So,
confidence.
what-
So wait,
what?
but hold up. When it comes to anything else, when you because in the context of what you were saying, when people like the abos, like the people who are treating the Egyptian stuff is just like abos with the other thing. See, and then you put my name in that mix. That's
because I have
where
to
it doesn't
use
fit.
all that shit.
That's where it
I have
doesn't
to
fit.
use all that shit.
It doesn't
I have
fit.
to use. I have to use
I
all
don't
that.
think
to
that
make it
I
make
listen.
sense.
I don't.
Because
I
you was
know
just 5 minutes
that
ago
I'm
you were
not
just trying to
ancient
discredit me.
Egyptian.
That's
No,
what
I
you tried
wasn't.
to do.
Listen, okay, that's what you feel, and I don't know why, but
No, it's not what I
let's
feel.
get past that.
Stop.
It's
Stop.
obvious what you
That's what I'm
feel.
saying.
It's
It's
obviously
not
what you
I
feel.
feel. That's what you tried to do. But I
Okay,
kept
we
on
disagree
trusting
on that.
and pushing
No,
it. Okay, fine.
we disagree on
Whatever.
that because I'm answering your questions. I'm trying to have a
But I'm just saying,
conversation,
I don't respect that.
but you
You know what
don't
I'm
do
saying?
what? You know what?
I don't respect that. I don't respect how you try to do that.
Okay,
You know,
then
you try.
then
No, you. I'm asking you a question, Wuja, and you try to insult me.
okay,
You
if you
try to
take
insult me.
okay, then
You
I
try
can't
to
then
insult me.
okay, then man up then. If I insult you, now what? Now what you got to say?
Well, I'm telling you on the
What?
net. I'm not
What?
no. I'm not doing that, Wuja. I'm not a tough guy. I'm saying
Okay,
don't do that. Give me a chance
but
to
I'm
motherfucking
telling
get my
you,
shit off and respect what I'm saying. Don't act
and
like
I'm
I'm coming
telling
out of
you,
left field.
listen, nobody claimed you came out of left field, and I didn't disrespect you. But
But
if
but
that's how
but
you
but
feel,
but,
I'm
but
not going to
again,
argue
but
with you.
again,
We're
I
we're
said
both
what I
grown
had
men.
to
We're
say.
both
So
okay.
I want you to know that. So back again to
All
my
right, I
original
appreciate it.
question, bro.
Now I already answered it. Let's talk about something else. If you get to
All right. Well,
or let
I
somebody
ain't
else
got
get
nothing
a
to talk
chance.
about.
Okay, well I
But
already answered you.
let's
I
do it
already
one more
answered you.
time. No, let's do it one more
One more
time
time.
since you like that long goodbye.
Okay,
Okay, we'll
okay.
do it again.
For giggles, let's do it one more
Yeah,
time.
yeah, for the
Go ahead and
umpteenth time,
ask
for
it.
the CC and all the
Ask it.
niggas and all the shit. Right, let's
All
do it.
right.
So again, Wuja, again,
For
right?
that bottle you got. All right, go ahead. One more
Okay,
time
all
for the
right.
giggles.
Trying
Come
to
on.
insult me, wrong as hell. But anyway, why are you doing this
Listen.
now? Why the change of heart?
Okay.
Why
So
this blackology talk and all this stuff, Wuja, that was never happening before? That's my question, bro.
okay, I got you. I got you. So, but I want you to
All right,
finish. I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to interrupt you. Keep. Let me know
I'm
when I
done.
can go.
I'm
You
done.
done? Okay.
Bring it back.
So, all right, I'm going to answer your question, and this is how I'm going to answer your question. This is probably the quick way to answer your question. All right. Let's see. Where's my channel? Okay, here we go. Right here. And I'm going to show this. All right. So I'm going to share my screen because I think visually is probably better. And let's see. Chrome tab. All right, here we go. So hopefully, oh, I got to share it out. All right. So hopefully everybody can see this, and I'm going to have to blow this up. So I'm going to blow it up,
Yeah.
blow it up, blow it up, blow it up. Okay. That's as big as I can make it for now. So this is our YouTube channel, okay, the one that we're live on right now. And this is the tab, our playlist tab. Okay, so we set up different playlists. So we got one called education, multimedia publishing, etc. But let's get down to the one That is called, they got Penmanship, about Sesh. Let's get to the one right here, Black Egypt. You see this playlist? It got 16 videos in it. I'm going to click it so we can view the full playlist. Hopefully it don't play anything. And I knew it was going to play something. Okay, yeah. Here are the list of the videos that are in here. But it doesn't show me the date. I had to go to each one to show the date, because that's what I was going to show you, the dates. But let's just look at the title right now, though. Here is DWW, which stands for Divine Words Wednesdays. Were the ancient Egyptians black? Ancestors of Ra, what is language, and the importance of method. Those were all the topics that were talked about in this video. And we're going to see the date on that. Another video, White or Black, who cares? White or Black, who cares, part 2. The absurd nature of racial arguments on ancient Egyptians. How about that? The aftermath of, are the ancient Egyptians black? How about that? Wow. Another one, Testy Tuesday, a people equals a culture. Another one, the mother of Egypt, a lesson for Chief X. Whoa, how about that? Another one, ancient Egypt in its African context with the brother Sadiq. Another one, late night with Sesh. Are the Nubians Egyptians? Chief X. I'm directing this to Chief X, and I think he was on the panel that night. Another one, the date is in the title, June 27th, 5 years ago. The so-called Table of Nations, advancing Diop's description. 5 years ago, Donnie. Another one, discussion and review, Sheikh and the Diops, the ancient Egyptians as they saw themselves, part 1. Next one is part 2. Another one, Kim and Chill, racial lens, open discussion. Here's another one, get over black and move on to important things. Another one, Kim, Black Wars, and I got Yoda. Kim Wars, addressing claims of Jonathan Owens, Smash Rockwell. The Land of the Blacks, Egypt or Sudan. So these are the 16 videos just in our playlist that we put together so people can find them. But let me go back, though. I'm trying to see the dates on these things. So this is the playlist. So I would have to go to each video to see the date. And Donnie, you left out. Here you go. You coming back in. There you go. So you should be able to hear me. So you left out. I'm not sure if you saw... If you're there, Donnie, I'm not even sure if you, because I guess you got kicked off or whatever, but I'm not even sure if you saw all the videos I just showed. It says view full playlist. If I click on it, oh, here you go. Now you can see the date. Look, streamed 3 years ago. Were the ancient Egyptians black? Streamed 3 years ago. Black or white? Who cares? Streamed 2 years ago. Part 2, 2 years ago. The absurd nature of racial arguments ancient Egyptians streamed 2 years ago. The aftermath of are the ancient Egyptians black? 2 years ago. 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 4 years ago. 5 years ago. 5 years ago. 2 years ago. 1 year ago. 1 year ago. 1 year ago. That's just on this playlist. Just going live on this playlist here. So even with this right here, the oldest video is 5 years ago. 5, 4, all the way up until what we're doing tonight. So I'm not sure just with this alone. Now, if I switch over to Facebook, I can take you all the way back to 2010, which is 14 years ago. 14 years ago. I can show you post after post because I tag my post and what do you call it, with a hashtag. And all I have to do is search for my hashtag, my magical hashtags, and all my posts will come up like that.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yep.
Okay. All right.
So hopefully you saw that what I was just showing, and the point of me showing that is to show at least just on the impromptu live streams we do. We go back 5 years on this topic. So I don't know what you mean. Like I had a change of heart. I don't get that.
Well, yeah, again, you know what I'm saying? But Wuja, you know it's a change of heart.
That you're just wrong.
But no, well, okay. Well, maybe I am. Well, let's look at it. But You're a slick guy. You could you know what I'm saying? You could tread in muddy water without getting wet and stuff like that. But
Boy, man, that's too much. That's too much sauce you putting on me, boy.
but you know what I'm saying? But I know the end of the day when the rubber meets the road, this is a big change. This is a big change. You got people like Obi Latawa, right? A good brother, right? I corrected him a time or two, right? When it comes to kicking some metal Netcher or whatever. But
He's a blackologist in my book.
well, you know what I'm saying? Well, you were too. That's what I'm saying. Like, why this? You can't.
Listen, nobody. You are alone on that. Trust me.
Well, I'll be alone then. Fuck it.
You are alone on that. Nobody in there. Nobody. That doesn't even fit me.
Well, I don't know.
On my personal YouTube channel under Wujao, you can look under my personal YouTube channel where I'm talking about the flat blackness and stuff and how the whole racial classifications is detrimental and stuff. Like, come on, man. I'm on record.
All right.
Like I've been tried and proven, brother.
Again, Wujao.
But Don, hold up, Don. Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
To see what we can agree on before you get off, right? So let me ask you this. And don't think I'm asking you like rhetorically either. I'm asking you just to go through a couple of things, see we can agree on.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this. Do you and I both agree, or do you agree with me that the ancient Egyptians are not the Nubians and the Nubians are not the ancient Egyptians?
Yeah, they're two different people.
Okay, cool. All right, so that's what's up. That's good. Now, do you and I agree that ancient Egypt is composed of both?
Let me ask you something though.
Uh-huh.
Like, do we agree? Were you kicking this back then when you started out?
Yes.
No.
I was.
No.
I can show you a Facebook post if you want me to.
No.
Because it has dates on it. Facebook dates everything.
I know you do enough. You're a trained debater.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm saying if you need me to show you, I can show you.
Well, I'm just saying. But on the surface level, for people like me and the motherfuckers in the chat, right?
Boy, you are. Hey, hold up. Are you in the Midwest or in the West Coast?
What does that matter?
No, time zone. I just want to know what time zone you're on. Cause it look like it's still date like you like.
It's 1 a.m.
Like
it's 1 a.m. here.
Okay, it look like you like fresh, like it's like early. That's what I was asking.
I'm an adult. I do what I want to do. I kick it how I want to kick it. So what?
Oh no, I'm just saying. Nah, you just look like you still fresh, like you ain't tired at all.
Well, anyway.
All right. But okay, so you asked me. Okay, so let me ask you something. See, we agree on. The next thing I was going to ask you about.
Let's do my question now.
I thought you just asked your question.
We'll answer it again so we can get you on record, Wujao.
I asked her, yeah. You said why didn't I kick that about the thing before? And I said, yeah. And I said I could show you if you want me to. Then you didn't say anything.
No.
What?
No.
God, come on, Donnie. What's going on, man? You.
What my question was, dude?
Okay, repeat your question. Let's do this one more time.
No, okay.
Repeat your question.
All right. So again, why are you doing this now? How many times do I have to repeat it?
Okay. The reason why when you say now, you mean tonight, or just in recent times?
Oh my God.
No, I'm just asking. You mean recently, or you mean tonight, right now?
Oh my gosh. Come on, man.
Man, I want to know what's in that dag. What's in that daggone bottle, boy? But no, listen to what I'm saying. I'm not doing this for the first time. Right now, I honestly think, and this is not to be dismissive at all, I think you're the only one right now out of the 42 people watching this. I think you are the only one who thinks that I'm just now saying what I'm saying.
Well,
And I think every other 41 people
it don't
know.
because I don't give a fuck what they think.
No, I know, but
It's only one
it.
Donnie Williams, you know what I'm saying? So I don't give a fuck.
I know, but when Donnie asks me a question, I have to show you the answer, right? So I'm saying this is not my first rodeo saying this stuff.
Yeah.
I've been saying this for over 10 years.
Oh, okay.
So that's my answer to you. Now I don't,
I don't believe you.
okay, and that's cool. You have a right.
I
You have a
don't.
right.
I don't
Do you have
believe,
another question for me? You have a different one?
no. But again, some of the content you're trying to create lately, what can we agree on? I do agree with uh, Dr. Henry Clark about black people need to get over this. I'm paraphrasing, right?
Yeah.
We need to get over this black stuff, and yeah, so we could agree on that, right?
Yeah. We can agree on that. Yep, definitely. That's why I play it all the time.
Yeah, so we could agree
That's
on that.
okay. Cool. Now I do have a question for you, just one, cause I'm gonna see if somebody else is gonna come on the mic, right?
Shoot it from the hip.
All right. When it comes to ancient Egypt, and I said this like early on tonight, when it comes to ancient Egypt, what I noticed that some people do, not you at all, but what I noticed that some people do is that they cherry pick either different pictures from Egypt or even parts of Egypt geographically, like people focus on the south, the borderline, close to the border of Sudan, today's Sudan or Nubia, and they focus on that and stuff like that. But so my question to you is, do you agree that whenever people talk about ancient Egypt, that they have to take the whole of it as it comes and not cherry pick what part of Egypt and all that kind of stuff? What do you think about that?
Yeah, you should never cherry pick. They're their own race. Um, Black people have to. We have enough history here in the States where we don't have to even, you know what I'm saying, go that far or even play. You know what I'm saying? I'm not the best with words and stuff like. I've never been that type of guy, but black people got enough history here. Why do you have to go outside of that? And but your question again. Say it again, would y'all?
No, okay. I was asking, do you agree that it's problematic to kind of to cherry pick, and that we should take Egypt as a whole, like from the geography of it, the whole geography of it, all of its people, and then all of its history. Like we have to take it as a complete package. Do you agree with that?
I don't know what you're asking. It's a Mediterranean culture. I don't know what you're asking me.
No, I'm saying like because you said you agree earlier that some people cherry pick. Like I was saying that some people cherry pick, right?
Yeah,
And
if you're talking about like Obi and stuff like that, or whoever.
yeah, whoever, whoever.
You know,
Yeah.
you're not
Okay.
you're not trying to say names right now. But go ahead. I'm listening.
No. That was my question. That was it. I was wondering if we agreed that that's a problem. Like we shouldn't do that.
Well, again, context is very important, right? And I don't want to skip over that. And I know, he kind of reminds me of you.
Wait, who? When you say who?
Yeah, Obi.
Oh, nah.
Yeah.
That brother don't. Nah. Nah.
You know,
That's I take that as an insult, Donnie. Why you insulting me like that?
Shit. But I think he means well and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, what I saw the Facebook thing, and is he going to change? Right? You know what I'm saying? When he's presented different information.
Yeah,
So
well, that remains to be seen. That's cool. Like that's why I do what
he
I
should
do, just to present information.
he should be here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Should be here.
I'm gonna invite him on as a one-on-one conversation, not a debate or anything, but just have a good conversation. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, like how you and I having a conversation.
See what y'all could agree on or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. But Donnie, let me get some other people on the panel
All right.
here. All right, but I appreciate you coming through.
Yep.
All right. Let me see who else. Emicat. While I'm looking for something, if you're there, if you got some comments.
Yeah, well, not really, but I think from what you guys have talked about, I think just to kind of plug in our archive once again, because I think sometimes people kind of forget, but not everybody, not people on this chat, but yeah, sometimes people kind of forget that a lot of topics that people talk about, we've definitely covered them, and not just covered them one time or two times, but plenty of time. So make good use of our archives. We have the playlists and all that. We are timestamping, and also we got a good idea recently from Michael. We're going to retitle some of our open discussions, so people can actually access those videos quicker by just looking at the titles and whatnot. So we have a lot of work to do on actually just cleaning up our archive, because a lot of this stuff we definitely don't need to be talking about it. We only talk about it because when situations arise, and also with the understanding that sometimes sometimes it's like when you hear it the first time or the second time, it doesn't really sink in, and maybe the third time using the example used on that third time, because always we use different things, that time it might actually sink in for most people. So that's why we definitely don't shy away from repeating if it's required. And I was thinking that's actually what happened today, but as Donnie told me, that was not the case. But just as an understanding, and to just emphasize the fact that we have beaten this topic to death. So that just should be known.
Yeah. I just want to reiterate that, and this is a message to all the anachronists out there, and you know who you are, that give it up. Take my advice. I'm giving this advice strongly, and my suggestion strongly, that you take your win, that the consensus among Egyptologists as of 2024 is that ancient Egypt is an African civilization, or was an African civilization. The people were African, and the fact that early Egyptologists were racist, admittedly, and they were doing everything in their power to remove Egypt out of its African context. The Egyptologists of today, they're admitting this stuff. So my strong advice is to take the win, take the trophy, and move on. Start actually learning about Egypt, and stop focusing on the anachronistic ways of trying to look at ancient Egypt and only focusing on phenotype, which is crazy, and skin color and all that BS. None of that stuff applies. Obviously, they're human and they have all these physical characteristics and traits and stuff, but it does not apply when you have to look at it. Matter of fact, instead of being black centric, because I know that the Eurocentrists try to use the word Afrocentrist in a negative way. Instead of even being African centered, if you're studying Egypt, be Egyptian centered or Remich centric. Put the ancient Egyptians in the center to try to get to know them and let them dictate who and what they are, and stop trying to make them into something to make you feel good. This is a message to anachronists out there, aka blackists, aka blackologists, aka the black of the black people, the people that want to make the Olmecs black, King James black, Jesus black, everybody black. Cut that out. Let the Egyptians be the Egyptians. Get to know what the Egyptians knew as the Egyptians. They're African. Take your win. Take your trophy. And so I want to reiterate that. Move on. Do what Dr. Clark said. Move on to more important things. And if you're a student of ancient Egypt and you like Egyptological issues and stuff like that, study it. Move over into cultural anthropology. Study the culture the right way. Stop doing lookership, posting up pictures all day, cherry picking pictures, trying to find the darkest one. Oh, and that's what I was going to do. Hold on. Let me show y'all something. I forgot. Let me show y'all this. I'm going to show you an example of cherry picking. Boy. And it's crazy because when you call a person out on it, man, people don't like it. Hold up. I got to set this thing up again. So, Emicat, if you have some more to say real quick, buy me some time where I can put this on the screen. All right, so anyway, here's your trophy, y'all. I blinged it out. I put diamond studded unk on the trophy. The trophy reads, Ancient Egypt was African. Take it. Take your win. The argument's over. You won. Doing all the extra anachronistic babbling is uncivilized. It's retarded. It's stupid. I'm going to call it like it is. It's just dumb. It's really dumb because I can tell that people really don't know the history of the racial classifications that we know today. I can tell people don't know the history of that when they're trying to project it backwards on ancient civilizations. They don't even understand it in the modern context. How you gonna not understand it in the modern context? Identify as one of the class categories and not understand, and then try to project it back, not understanding. That's like that's retarded to the third power. That's crazy to me. But what I'm gonna show you is, hey, listen, any anachronists out there, you want the trophy? If you're taking up my advice, you want me to mail this to you, I'll do it. If you wanna make it your avatar, hey, be proud, man. You won. Ancient Egypt is an African civilization. Was an African civilization. All right, you won. Take your win, man. That's the thing. People gotta know when they win. Y'all ever had that friend where they win an argument or win something, but they don't even know it and they still trying to argue? That's the craziest thing. That's the craziest thing. I'm gonna start trouble with this comment. Now, women. Now we're gonna get into a gender battle. Women are good at that. Women will argue a man down and win the argument and still argue. Fellas, y'all gotta back me up on that. All the men in the chat, am I right or wrong? All the brothers in the chat, all the men in the chat, tell me if I'm right or wrong. A woman will argue you down and you concede, you give up, they win the argument, but they still argue. They still argue. everybody said, I plead the fifth. Boy, y'all got your wives looking on over your shoulder right now. But like, you better not answer that. You better not answer that. And Mika said, nobody better answer. Y'all know I'm right. Y'all know I'm right. Y'all know I'm right. Anyway, but hold on. I'm looking for this example real quick. I want to show you all real quick. I have an example of the cherry picking, and hopefully I can find it fast enough. Boy, where is the picture? Where is the picture? Where is the picture? I'm looking too fast. But anyway, y'all know I'm right about that argument thing about women. Argue you down. You concede. You boy, you let them have it. And it's like, man. All right, I cannot find the picture. Here we go. Yes, indeed, I have it. Up there we go. I got it. All right, so let me share this with y'all. Let me move my trophy out the way and share this picture with y'all. Okay, so this is an example. Let me see it. Is it big on the screen? Can y'all see that? Yeah, y'all can see that. Okay, so here is exhibit number 1. Okay, and I'm showing this because I want to show you all how people cherry pick. This is an example. This is what happens. Now, this could be done innocently or purposely. So I'm not saying that everybody does this intentionally. Okay. But here's what happens, right? This picture is really 3 pictures. So I put 3 pictures together. These are 3 separate pictures of the same artifact. This is at the British Museum, y'all. This artifact is at the British Museum. And it's 3 separate photographs taken of the same artifact. But I want y'all to notice, I'm going to blow it up a bit. I want y'all to see the difference between the 3 pictures. Now, this is on the British Museum's website. Okay, so here's the first picture up top, the second picture, and then the third picture. And I want you to notice the difference that this first one is obviously darker. Either the flash is different, the aperture setting on the camera was different, the gamma setting, all the fancy photography settings must have been set a certain way. And then obviously it was set different for the second one and set even different for the third one. These are 3 different photos. But my point that I'm making is that what I see people do, they will search for the darkest picture of whatever it is they're looking for to make a point to try to argue the Egyptians are black and this, that, and the third. And so I pointed this out to somebody who was doing that, whether it was intentional or not, but I pointed this out to say that they posted this picture and saying, black Egyptians and red Nubians. That was the post. And they showed this one. But when I showed this one, now all of a sudden they look more red, more on the Netcher side. So the same argument couldn't be made. So now when I show this one, now I have to prove, okay, where's the source for that? Where did I get it from? And this and a third. And that's cool because I can provide the source without a problem. But it lends to the point that overall, this whole black thing got everybody messed up. It's got everybody messed up beyond what people even know how it's messing people up. And people got to just let it go. Let go of the black thing when it comes to Egypt, when it comes to any historical population of people. Keep black in its modern context where it's supposed to be. Stop being anachronistic. Stop being an anachronist. And I don't even, like I said before, I don't know if that's an actual word. I ain't even bother to look it up. But if it's not, I'm claiming it. I'm using it. Anachronist. Singular and anachronists, plural. That's what I'm calling these people on both sides. I don't care if you are Afrocentrist, a blackologist, a blackist, or you Eurocentrist, a whiteologist, or whatever. Both people are equally retarded. How you gonna spend 50 years from 1974 and the push that Diop made from 50 years and still argue over the same silliness? For what? For what? Anyway, I just wanted to show that picture, y'all, though. That this Netcher paint is no different than before. And people got to understand that over time, you have different conditions that happen to the these conditions here. Oxidation, humidity, light, dust, dirt, sand, binding surface degradation, chemical reactions, and patina formation on all these different objects that changes its appearance. And people want to argue from lookership, use pictures and stuff like that. That's stupid. But here's my question to y'all. And we've been on for three hours. So this will be my last question to y'all, because nobody's coming on the panel. And nobody even helped me out. Boy. But here's my question to y'all. Why, and it's kind of rhetorical, because I don't know who's an anachronist in the chat. But I'm making it plain. If the shoes fit, definitely wear them. Strap them up. And I hope you change. Stop being an anachronist and let it go. Take your trophy. Matter of fact, let me put the trophy back on the screen. Take your trophy and move on. Okay? Because you won. The argument's over. You won. You won. Ancient Egypt has been declared an African civilization. There it is. You won. So here's my question now. And this is a serious question for those in the chat. Please try to answer this and give it some thought. Why do the ancient Egyptians need to be black? Think about that question. Why do the ancient Egyptians need to be black? Why? This is just me as a follow-up question, sharing it with everybody in the chat. Why do the ancient Egyptians need to be black? Like, give me some reasons. And if anybody have a question for me, make sure you at the Sesh so I can see your question, because I know y'all having conversations in the chat. I'm trying to scroll in the chat, and Donnie said, wait, where'd it go? Donnie said, I've changed, because he already said that on the panel. And then Donnie said, I never show my face. Where'd it go? I don't know if you're talking about me. I never show my face. He never shows his face. Yeah, that's crazy. See, and that just confirms. So Donnie, I hope you're listening to me. That just confirms you haven't been around, because relatively recently, I stopped turning on my camera. I used to have my camera on all the time, everywhere. You can look at the old videos and see me. Old Amara Squad videos. All the way back to when we were gray, we were arguing with Sarasu and Seti and Young Pharaoh. All the way back on Google Hangout days.
Yeah, way older than that. Yeah.
Yeah, all the way back. So that ain't nothing new. Like that's the thing. But anyway, I'm looking for answers to my question though. Let's see. So remember, my question is, Why do the ancient Egyptians need to be black? So 42 Tribes says they don't need to be. It's just best practice. No, okay. See, 42 Tribes. There is a need for them to be black by the anachronists, and I want to know why. Why do anachronists insist on making the ancient Egyptians black? What is the need? What is the push? Why do they need to be black? Got to dig for that one. Hold up. Mika says, I think why for some because Europeans try to make them white. Okay. That is very true, and that's another way of what I was saying earlier. In early Egyptology, the early Egyptologists, they went out their way to try to remove Egypt from Africa and from out of its African context. Check, check, check. Can y'all hear me? Check 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 3. Somebody let me know if I could be heard, if I could be heard, if I could be heard. That was what you call a serious technical issue. If you could hear me. Testing. See, Mika's comment was still up.
Okay, I can hear you now. Let's see if anybody hears Wujao or Imiket on the chat.
Yeah,
Let us know.
they said it on the chat.
Okay, good. Okay, I see you.
All right, so we're back. Where we leave off at? That's probably a sign. You know, I'm MC Iron Lung. That's probably that's probably Mother and Father Nature. Both of them telling me, Ujao, we're gonna have to
Wind it out.
We're
We
gonna
were
have to wrap
actually
it up,
winding down.
Ujao.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, just to reiterate my point for tonight is, remember the title is Beware of Anachronists. And I define anachronisms. Just briefly, anachronism in a nutshell, I'm paraphrasing, is when you take an object or people, person, an idea, a concept or whatever, and you take it out of due time. You take it out of its temporal domain, its natural temporal domain, and you place it somewhere else. And that's exactly what everybody's doing. I don't care what side of the fight you're on. I don't care if you are a blackologist, blackist, Afrocentrist, or you a Eurocentrist, whiteologist, or super Saharanist. It doesn't matter. Anybody, young, old, male, female, it doesn't matter. Anybody that's trying to apply the modern social constructs of race backwards on ancient people, you are doing so in grave error. It's detrimental. What you're doing is you're trying to make ancient people out to be what you want them to be. And you're not going to ever get to know them as they are by doing stuff like that. Period. And that's the lazy way out. That's the shallow way. That's the it's just uncivilized and disrespectful to do that. That's it. If you're going to study ancient Egypt, then be Egyptian centric. Let the Egyptians speak for themselves. But in order to do that, you have to learn the language. And that's where I step in and advocate. This has been what I've been championing ever since I'm coming on the scene. And it goes for any historical population of people, ancient, recent history, whatever, even living people and populations, to get an intimate knowledge of who and what they are and how they think and the psychology of the people, you have to learn the language. For instance, even today with the Abrahamic religions of Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, if you claim one of those three religions or belief systems, it's best that you learn the language of that belief system to fully engage it. If you're a Muslim, learn Arabic. Why? Because the entire Arabic psyche I mean, the entire Islamic psyche, the whole thing about Islam is contained in the Arabic language. That's the medium for it. Christianity, maybe learn Greek, Latin for those New Testament pushers. Judaism, Hebrew Israelites, learn the Hebrew. I mean, that's the only way you're gonna really take advantage of it. So same thing with different cultures. If you're gonna study about the history of the Yoruba people and so on and so forth, learn Yoruba. If you're gonna study the Dogon and their history and stuff like that, learn the Dogon language. If you're going to study Greek history and culture, learn Greek. No matter what, that's the best route. And we always want to take the best route. You know, the best route to do these things. And so that's the thing. You're going to have to get to know if Egypt is on your mind and it's something that you're into, then learn the language. You don't have to get a degree in linguistics. You don't have to get a degree in Egyptology. But you have to equip yourselves with the right tools and know how to use them to get the job done. I'm sure everybody in this chat owns either a car, a house, rent a car, lease a car, whatever the case is, these things. You don't have to be an auto mechanic. You don't have to be a carpenter. Yes, no, maybe so. I just need one person to let me know. Nope, I guess not. So look, I need to end the stream. Okay, I think Donnie said we good. We can hear you. We can hear you. Okay. Yeah, but it's a weak signal, so I don't want to get bumped out, and then this you know how YouTube will keep this running with no host. Y'all, I hope y'all know that. It's done that. I've seen it done to other people. You run this and you get kicked out of these streaming apps, whether StreamYard or Restream or whatever the case is. You get kicked out. YouTube will not know that you're not there, and it will keep on going. You'll be live until you wake up in the morning. So let me just close out. So I just want to reiterate those things. People can go back and watch the video, the beginning of it, because really, you know, I made my point after the first hour. And all that good stuff. So, but that's the point, though. The whole tonight was about anachronism, anachronists, being anachronistic with research and stuff like that. That's not the way to go. That's the opposite. That's terrible. You should stay away from it and encourage other people not to do it. But I'm gonna tell y'all this now. This entire conversation about Egypt and its blackness and stuff like that from both sides, whether people arguing that they're black and people arguing that they're not black, both sides of the coin, all of those people are anachronists, and they're all making a mistake. It's detrimental. They're all part of the same problem. They're all part of the same problem. It doesn't matter. It really doesn't. It just does not apply. Now, I am going to do a future live stream and have a discussion on race, the concept of race here in the United States, how it originated and its effects on us from the time it originated and kicked in up until now. And you're going to see, and you'll see, and I suggest y'all study these things on your own, because obviously even when I talk about it, I'm only going to be talking about it in a summary fashion. I'm not trying to give a whole course on race, a sociology course on race, or whatever the case is. But I want to touch on some points, and that's what I'm going to do. But I encourage people to really study, look into these things. Ask yourself, why do you identify as black? Why do people identify as black? Why do people identify as white? Why is that? How did that come about? And what does it mean today? Like, what is it really? How does it affect the day-to-day? How does it affect policy? How does it affect policy, ordinances, laws, statutes, and things like that? And where is it? Where's the nexus? Where does it actually matter? Because we could talk all to each other mouth to mouth and stuff, but where does it matter? Like, what is your identity as black? Like, where does the rubber actually hit the road, where it actually has efficacy or not? All that kind of stuff. Those are the things I want to bring out in a conversation about race. Then people will see the difference between race and ethnicity, and so on and so forth. Then you'll understand, and maybe we can get into a bigger, larger conversation about cultural anthropology, and how cultural anthropologists, although they're just anthropologists, but the ones that focus on cultural anthropology, how the approach, how they define people, how you define a people as a people. It's not through biology. And remember this, a genetic population is not the same as a social group or an ethnic population. Genetic population is determined by physical characteristics on actual human beings. The genome has been mapped since 2003. They can map human genomes, sequence them, and based on the mutations on certain genes and whatnot, they can put you in a shared category to create a genetic population, to say, okay, all of these people that share X, Y, and Z mutations, we're going to put them in the same category. And then that's the birth of a genetic population where you have shared genetic markers. But that's on a biological level. That's dealing with the physical makeup of what makes a human being a human being. But what makes a people is not through those tools and that analysis. What makes a people is the social tacit agreement that the collective creates a self-identity. It's called the collective self, where you are a member of a collective group based on shared features, shared perceived features, not physical ones, but shared perceived features in behavior, customs, and all these other kinds of things, a list of things, where you get a consciousness of self as a collective self versus others. That creates ethnic groups. And that's how the world engages one another. That's how human beings engage one another, based on those groupings. And I always get an example. It doesn't matter if, I'll put it this way. Two distinct ethnic groups, two distinct identifiable ethnic groups can share a common ancestry on a biological level, but on a social level, they're completely different people. And remember, what makes a people is on the social side, on the cultural anthropology side, not the biological one. So all this invoking of DNA in a conversation of trying to say what people are what people is for naught. Both sides of both major branches of anthropology, biological and cultural anthropology, they can have aid in one another, each side, but each set of tools answer different sets of questions. And that's just the bottom line. People got to understand that. The Yoruba and Igbo, they share the same genetic ancestry. They have a lot of shared genetic ancestry. But guess what? Igbo and Yoruba are two distinct people. And that's how they engage in the real world. And nobody was talking DNA anything prior to 2003 when it comes to human beings. So let that be known. So all this anachronism got to go. All you anachronists, you won. Take the win and move on. Listen. If you don't listen to me, listen to Dr. John Henry Clark. Be proud of who and what you are. But black ain't it. Black is not an identity. This is Dr. Clark speaking. And I wholeheartedly agree with him. Black is not an identity. It's not enough. It's way too shallow for it to be an identity. A people is identified at the very least by on the ethnic level and not a racial level. Race, I'm telling you, y'all gonna find this out. Do some study on your own. That's the biggest problem. The big question that people ask is, how do we defeat racism? That's a question that's always been asked. It floats around all the time. How do we defeat racism? Because everybody will agree racism exists. How do we defeat it? How does one defeat racism? And a very potent and great answer to that. I'm not going to say it's the only answer, but it's a major step in the right direction. Is to stop utilizing race. And that may go over a lot of people's heads. But when we had this discussion, we could talk about it more. And I'm not talking about the outward expression of race and how people are treated based on perceived racial categorizations. It's the utilization of it. That's a side effect of the underlying parts of it that needs to be discarded. That's it. And it's so messed up. Y'all, boy, listen. Yeah, we could talk about it. We have a whole show on it. And I'll be long-winded on that one. But with that, I don't see any questions, that last minute questions. I'm checking the chat. I'll see you all kind of having a conversation on your own. At least I don't see any at. Medew say you can't defeat racism, bro. Yeah, that's what during slavery times, that's what people were saying. You can't defeat massa. You can't defeat massa. Don't try it. We are enslaved for life. You can't defeat it. See, I don't take that position. I don't take that the position. I'm rolling on my recent ancestors on that one. They were optimistic. They weren't pessimistic. They ain't give up. But it's a thing to it. But we'll have a discussion about it. Medew, let me ask you this question, and this will be a little preview to the future conversation. In what way, this is for you, Medew, in what way did the United States document its citizens and classify its citizens? What was the way that the United States did that and still does to this day? Remember, race is a classification system. So my question is, how does the United States classify its citizens? What mechanism? That's a question for you, Medew. Okay, you say you think it's by race. Yeah, yeah, that's okay. We're already there. I'm asking you how, like literally, how? How does the United States classify its citizens? You're correct. It's by race, but I'm asking you how, like literally how? What mechanism? It's definitely by race. That's what we're talking about. The racial categories, but I'm asking, how do they do it? What is the mechanism? Nope, it's not. It's not. So I'm gonna tell y'all, we're gonna have a future conversation about this. So y'all, I don't know when, in the very near future. But I'll let y'all know. It's by the U.S. Census. Okay, yeah, Medew, I forgot you're not in the United States. But no, it's by the United States Census. The census is the very mechanism in which the United States classifies its citizens and tracks it. Okay? It's by way of the United States Census that the United States of America tracks and classifies its citizens. All right, so we're gonna have a conversation about that from 1790, and then every 10 years after that, they take account, which is what a census is to take account of its citizenship and classifications of its people. No, the census produces the demographics. The census itself, once taken, it produces the demographics. The census not only counts, this is for Shesmu, the census not only counts the population, but it classifies the population as well. These are facts now. Y'all, go do your due diligence, and then we're going to have this conversation. From 1790 and every 10 years after that, they take account of United States citizenry and they classify everyone. And as of today, if you are from North Africa or the Middle East and you come over here to the United States of America, you are going to be classified as white. So the modern Egyptians, every Egyptian over there in Egypt right now, by United States definition, they're white. If you in Morocco, Libya, what's another North African country? Mauritania, Morocco, Libya, Egypt. What's another one? Algeria. Is that one? Boy, I gotta brush up on my North African countries. But if you're from any of those countries, you're white. In the eyes of the United States, you are white. Racially. Your classification is white. And if you're from the Middle East, you are white. How did that come about? See, that's what we got to get into. And I'm saying y'all need to do your due diligence, because I guarantee you, and I've done this. I've done this in person. I've done this online periodically over the years. If you ask people, why do they, first of all, you ask them, do they identify as black? And when they say yes, if you ask them why, and you let it be a big pause so they can really think about it. Why do they identify as black? Most people, in my experience, and y'all can go through this test yourself, on your own time, if you're interested. In my experience, when it comes down to it, people don't know. They just do it because they were just influenced to do it organic. Like, they just do it because other people do it. They really don't know why, though. Because they're not the color black, right? In terms of color. But if given an answer, they'll say because of how they look. Like, I look black. But they don't mean color, though. So, and I'm telling y'all, when you look into how the racial classifications were created and why they were created, I'm telling you, it's interesting. It should be eye-opening. It should be eye-opening. Let me see. So Miss Tiffany, shout out to Miss Tiffany. She said the new census will be updating that North African for your information. Yeah, ever since 2000, I think 1990 really, the every 10-year census has been changing, has been being adjusted. It was stable at one point from 1790 coming all the way up to more recent. But in recent times, every 10 years, there's some kind of change on the census, which is a testimony to the difficulty that they're having with trying to classify people. Because I forgot what year, I think it was 1990 was the first year. And y'all, when we had this conversation, I'll have all the facts. But I'm going off the top of my head. But I believe it was 1990 was the first year that you can put down multiple categories, whereas before you were restricted to one. And so from one, it became an option of 63 different combinations that you could be classified as. And I believe that was from 1990. I may be wrong on that date, but I believe it was 1990 census when they opened it up for people to choose combinations, which made it up to 63 different combinations. And I'm gonna make some book suggestions to y'all, some books that I've read about this, because this has been an interest of mine for a long time. Like outside of the Egypt stuff, social, these classifications and things like that have been a big interest of mine. So, and that's why I jumped on the whole reparations conversation about, accurately or specifying the different types of black people, whether you have African Americans or you have migrants in the United States, and all of them considered black, but you have to be specific for a specific restorative justice in the form of reparations, all this other kind of stuff. All of that stuff has been a big interest of mine outside of this Egypt stuff. And I did that on my own YouTube channel under Wujao. So if y'all want to see some older videos of me talking about this stuff, go over to my channel. It's not active at all, but go over there. I got some videos on there. All the DNA stuff, DNA ancestry and history and stuff like that, that's been a big interest of mine. My grand aunt was our family's historian, and she kept impeccable records of our family and did old school genealogical work. And she passed it on to me and my sister to take over when, you know, she got up in her age. She's an ancestor now. She's passed away. And so I'm the holder of all of that information, and I've expanded. So I've grown our family tree, the whole genealogy, and all this other kind of stuff. So I'm just only mention this to you all in the chat that obviously you all know me as talking about Egypt and this, that, and the third, but these other issues that I do bring up. See, I don't talk about things that I don't anchor myself in, you know, and that's one thing I don't like either. When people want to fuss, fight, and argue about things that they don't even study or into. The nerve of those people that do that. I just don't understand. People want to argue about linguistic stuff and don't even deal with linguistics. Never read a linguistic book in their life from cover to cover. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And I'm just using that as an example, a recent example. I don't get it. I don't get it. But anyway, so these conversations that I want to have are other things that I'm also that I also deal with. And I would love to have a conversation with people of like minds that also deal with it, and we can have a good conversation about these things. So race is a big issue, but now it crosses over into the Egyptian thing because people are spending too much time trying to anachronistically apply these modern concepts over on ancient people, and it's a waste of time. They get things wrong. They're just loud and wrong. And I showed an example today where a brother who's a straight blackologist been focusing on everything black about Egypt, so much so that he can't even look at a funerary procession and not think that the people there are foreigners when they're not. They're straight up Egyptians doing Egyptian things, doing a funerary procession honoring the dead. All of the rituals are right there in the picture, but that person is looking at the picture, looking at the yellow tone of the women, looking at the dress, not knowing. See, they're so focused on skin color, they don't even know that the dresses that the women were wearing are very Egyptian. No, they must be foreign dresses. No, just because you haven't seen it, because you're so focused on black skin and stuff like that, picking out pictures and posting them on Facebook, you don't even take time to learn the culture, the funerary rites. What are the rituals? What are the women's roles in the funeral procession or the funeral period? What are all the roles that women do and can do? What about the wife? What about the daughters? What about the professional mourners that are hired to do things? And what do they do? What do the chantress do? What does she do? What does the priest do? What does the Wa priest do? What does the Sim priest do? What does the lector priest do? All these things. Who gives the offering? Who carries the coffin? Who carries the tekenu? Who carries the canopic jars? Where are they? Why are they? Why do they march from the left to the right all the time? Why do they go from the east to the west all the time? Who are they greeting in the west? All those simple things. Everybody's so caught up on skin color. Ah, yeah, the Egyptians are black because they're painted dark brown. Come on, man. Anyway, so that's it. So anyway, I want to say appreciate y'all tuning in. And we've been on here for a long time. I had some technical difficulty. That's why y'all don't see anything on my screen anymore. MK, you got any last things? MK probably fell asleep on it, all y'all.
I would just like to say dua and get in the fur. Show me what's up.
All right. Donnie still at it, boy. Donnie, you off the chain tonight, man. I'm gonna find out what you've been. I'm gonna find out what you've been tasting tonight. We're gonna laugh about this in the future, Donnie. All right, but I appreciate everybody tuned in, and y'all keep the knowledge growing. Don't get caught up in the banana and tailpipe. If I look, I'm gonna look back on who's been in this chat, who's been chatting. I'm gonna take names, and I'm gonna see who's gonna be allowing the shenanigans to keep on going. Who's feeding the shenanigans? Who's allowing this conversation to continue? Y'all should be enough. Give them a trophy. I made a suggestion. Take your win. Egypt has been officially declared an African civilization. The Egyptians themselves have been officially declared Africans. Egyptologists are in agreement with this, the majority. The current and active Egyptologists of today, they're all saying that ancient Egypt was an African civilization. They're all saying that the ancient Egyptians were African. That's it. And they're also all saying that to apply race backwards on them is anachronistic. Stop doing it. So there you have it. And Donnie, I've been saying this for over 10 years. Y'all should know me. I'm not the one that have Egyptian tattoos on me. See, if you want to talk about somebody who has a change of heart, talk to Chief X. Chief X was one of those people that actually believed he was ancient Egyptian, so much so that he got tattoos on his body. And he himself has said this, so I'm not saying anything that's contrary to anything Chief X has said. Chief X has said himself several times that he was Chief X, the God best reincarnated. I think he has the God best tattooed on himself. I think he got some Egyptian wings or something on his shoulder that he showed everybody. And he even said that back in the day or whenever, that he was one of the people that believed all that stuff. He changed. Well, Jao hasn't changed. I don't have any tattoos. I don't walk around with any unks on my wrists. I don't walk around in no Egyptian costumes. None of that. And I will tell you, quick, fast, in a hurry, African Americans are not Egyptians. We African Americans are not Egyptians. We can learn a whole heck of a lot from the ancient Egyptian civilization. But people got to let go of that anachronistic racial stuff. Let the Egyptians be the Egyptians. Let them be African. Daggone, let them be African. Let them be African, man. Move on. Study them for who they are. Be Remich-centric. Be Egyptocentric. Egypt, like that whole supra versus sub-Sahara, supra-Sahara versus sub-Sahara, that argument is equally silly. Don't fall for that either. Don't fall for that either. Because even, man, yeah, just don't fall for that. I don't even want to start on that. Don't fall for that either. All right. These 54 countries that make up the African continent right now were not created by the people on the continent. The demarcated lines. In fact, there are ethnic groups, and I keep emphasizing ethnic groups. There are ethnic groups that have been split up based on political lines of nations. For example, Emiket told us the last stream that in her country of Kenya, you have the Maasai, which is an ethnic group, split between two countries, at least, between Tanzania and Kenya. Am I right, Emiket? Or is it Uganda?
Yes, indeed. No, you're right.
Okay. So here we have one ethnic group, two different nationalities. You got Kenyan Maasai and then Tanzanian Maasai. And so the same principle applies to genetic populations. Just because you have a big group of a genetic population of people, that don't mean that they're the same people. Biologically, they share ancestry, but they're not the same people. Igbo and Yoruba are not the same people. On a biological level, They share a lot of ancestry. But on the working real world level where humans engage one another, they're distinct people. And they will let you know that. So all the biological talk in this is for nothing. That's a different conversation. Biological anthropology and all the tools are very important and very powerful tools, but they answer different questions. They don't answer what makes a people a people. The answer to that question, what makes a people, that's through cultural anthropology. That's through the ethnology and sociology. That's on that side. And the quicker that people get that, the better off we'll have in these conversations. Now people will stop saying, see, I'm gonna tell y'all the trick. And I'm gone. This is the new trick. Don't let it happen, because I'm taking names. I'm gonna get on whoever allows this to happen in your presence. I'm gonna get on you. This is the new trick. Because the Black Egypt thing is washing up, and it's just gone so long that everybody's getting tired of it. The new thing now is because of the fact. Now check this out. Throughout Egyptology, from its beginning up until now, there has never been pushback. Never. There's never been pushback on whether or not the quote unquote Nubians are black or not. No one has ever argued about that on record. There are no arguments about whether or not the air quote Nubians are black or not. Even the early Egyptologists, as racist as they were, they acknowledged that, or they admitted, or they would say that the Nubians are black. Of course, they would use the word Negroes back then. That was a politically correct term back then. All the late 1800, early 1900 literature, even Breasted and his contemporaries, used the word Negroes. So here's the new thing. Moving the goalposts. Now the push is to make the Egyptians and the Nubians the same people. Y'all see how it's going? Because it's understood and never been pushed back that the Nubians are black. Now it's like, okay, all we got to do is make the Nubians and Egyptians the same people, and that's our way to make the Egyptians black. They're setting up the equation. Nubians equal black, Egyptians equal Nubians, therefore Egyptians equal black. See, it's the A equals B. If A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. Y'all see how that's going? Don't fall for it. Don't fall for it. A equals B, B equals C, therefore A equals C. That's what they're doing. Nubians equal black, Nubians equal Egyptians, therefore Egyptians are black. That's the new game. And I'm telling y'all right now, stop using the word Nubian and you won't fall for it. Because the Egyptians looked at their southern neighbors, they were different. They're not the same. The Nehisiu are not the Remech. Don't let anybody get it twisted. I repeat, the Nehisiu are not the Remech. Of course, they had engagements with one another. They fought one another. They even intermarried. They even traded. But they're not the same people. The Igbo and Yoruba are not the same people. They intermarry. They have heated squabbles in history or whatever. Probably today. Intermarry and engage one another, but they're distinct people. Don't let anybody tell you that the Egyptians and the Nubians are the same people. the Nahisiu to be proper. Because the technical Nubians are the people who lived in two cities in ancient Egypt. Gold Town, Nub, which is more famously known as Ombos and Kom Ombo. Those would be your technical Nubians. But that's not how it's being used. As Zane said, the brand Nubians. Brand Nubians.
Yeah, that's funny.
All. One for all. Man, I missed the glory days of hip hop. But all right, I'm gone, y'all. So I appreciate y'all tuning in. And yep. So I'm gonna say peace, and y'all listen to Dr. John Harry Clark's gonna take us out. He's gonna drive the point home. Listen to Dr. Clark, man. Don't listen if y'all don't like me, fine. But I know y'all love Dr. Clark, so listen to him.
And this is the irony of it all, and this is the trap. The Europeans began to manipulate history when they rose and began to expand into the broader world in the 15th and the 16th century because they had to justify the slave trade and they had to justify the colonial system that followed. And modern racism has its incubation in that period. You cannot enslave a man and say he's a human being, but he has humanity. Black people have never written any definitions of race, any definitions of what a people. They have never said that these people with these kind of traits belong here. Because modern racism had its development in the pseudo-scientific development of intellectual Europe after the 15th century. And they began to say that certain kind of people belong to certain kind of race, and they created the concept of race and racism itself.
You're saying, in essence, that there's no such thing as a race.
Oh, I maintain that race is the phoniest issue ever invented by the mind of man. European invented, developed the concept of race. There's really no such thing as a race because nature created no races. Race is a man-made thing.
Could we say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important. Black in itself is not an ethnic term. Black tells you how you look, but it don't tell you who you are. We are essentially an African people. Wherever we live on this earth, we're essentially an African people. And we relate to the millions of African people throughout the world, including the uncounted millions of Africans in Asia. The word Afro-American or African-American would probably be more appropriate and more honest and more in keeping with what we actually are. Because all of us are not positively, physically, real jet black. And so the argument now sometimes is between the supernationalists and the mild nationalists and blacker than thou. When blackness is a state of mind, a state of attitude, a state of approach to things that can exist in almost any of us, including from the blonde black person to the jet black. And the jet black can be traitors, and they can be patriarchs, they can be a whole lot of them. See, we've been everything in history from Saint to Baphomet. We are complete people, and we need to start looking at ourselves as a complete people. And I think that once we convinced ourselves that we're black and beautiful, we'll stop saying it and just go ahead and be black and beautiful and release a whole lot of energy for more important things.
Could you say that being called black was a political term?
It's a political term and a term which indicates our self-awareness at this juncture in history, and I think we really need it. We need to really bathe in blackness for a while, but I wish we'd get the bath over with and go on to something a little more important.